So now just imagine that our bodies are completely filled with this radiant white light of Chenrezig, filled with this energy of compassion that Chenrezig dissolves into light, comes to the crowns of our heads, and we're all enters our crowns. We're filled with this white light and blessed with this compassionate energy. Chenrezig relieving all beings from suffering. So just feel this as we recite this, the actual prayer. So may all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus in the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other infectious diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of spirits, illnesses, and the elements, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading a being to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they'd been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of harmful interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every pleasure, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the Triple Gem, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the strength of the infallibility of karma and its results, may these many dedications and prayers be fulfilled as soon as they are made. So now just think that this prayer has been fulfilled, that beings everywhere have received this healing power, been relieved of all this, the suffering and disease, particularly this epidemic COVID that we're suffering now from. We can just imagine that this complete healing has taken place. And now some dedication verses. May the supreme precious bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. However many sick sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses without exception of transmigratory beings never occur again. Time is getting a little short, so to abide in samsara for sentient beings as long as any sentient being has not been liberated from samsara. May I abide in samsara to help them, even though I achieve highest enlightenment. May I become like a wish-granting jewel, fulfilling all the wishes, and like a wish-granting tree, fulfilling all the hopes of transmigratory beings. And then sealing the merits with emptiness, just again dedicating for all beings. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. And then to, before we finish with the, well, let's do the long life prayers. Incomparably kind and supreme Tenzin Gyatso, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, may you have a long life and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And then for the long life of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serve as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunat's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplish magnificent prayers honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. So just calling to mind anyone in particular you'd like to dedicate these prayers for, just in general, thinking about everyone suffering with COVID, the disease itself, as well as all the problems that have arisen from it, the difficulties, the financial difficulties, the after effects of COVID. So many people are suffering long-term or longer-term effects, and just the mental suffering of being so separated from family, from friends, and for the fear that's arisen. So just dedicating that all these fears, difficulties, all aspects of this disease may end, be completely transformed by this powerful prayer, completely healed. And just dedicating all the benefit for the benefit of our precious holy gurus and for all sentient beings. So thank you so much. I think that completes this session. Thank you again. Thanks for everyone who makes this possible. And Venerable Namjung, I think, is next.
Hi.
Hi, Venerable. How are you?
Very good. Yeah. How are you?
I'm fine. Thank you. Are you still in Nepal or back in India?
I'm actually back at Seta, yeah, in India.
Oh, lovely. Lovely.
So yeah, I made it.
Good. Yeah, it's been a challenging year, but thank you again. It's nice to see you.
Great to see you too. Yeah,
Okay.
be well.
You too. Thank you.
Okay,
Bye-bye.
take care. All right. So hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us for this ongoing series of the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayerathon sessions. So I think this is the 35th week that we've been doing this. Since the pandemic broke out, Lama Zopa Rinpoche observed that this would be very beneficial to do, and it's going to continue until the pandemic is over. So unfortunately, we are not out of the woods yet. Here where I am in India, we're experiencing the second wave. And I know in many places in the world, there still are an increasing number of cases. So, of course, at the beginning of our session, the most important thing is to adjust and set a very positive motivation. So while on one level we are doing this for to quell the COVID-19 pandemic, on a more deeper and fundamental level, we should try to generate the altruistic intention of bodhicitta, seeing that as long as sentient beings are in samsara, as long as they are under the power of karma and afflictive emotions, then they're bound to experience one kind of suffering or another, be it illness, be it aging, being death, be it any number of the undesirable things that we experience within samsara. So until sentient beings are free from the causes of suffering, the causes of samsara, they're bound to experience one unpleasant, unsatisfactory condition or another. Therefore, if we want to truly help beings be free from suffering, it's not just that they become free of the temporary conditions, but we need to help them to be free of the root of all suffering. Most important is the ignorance that grasps onto the thought of true existence, be it truly existent phenomena or the truly existent self or the I. In order to help beings be free of this deluded mind that grasps onto true existence, we need to teach them about ultimate reality, shunyata, or emptiness. And since the ultimate reality is so subtle, so difficult to comprehend and realize, then we need to be able to guide sentient beings in a gradual way, using various skillful means, using various methods to lead them gradually to the ultimate view of emptiness, taught by, of course, the Buddha, but also Arya Nagarjuna, Chandrakirti, and so forth. And so in order to do that, then that's why we need to become enlightened. The state qualified by the complete eradication of all faults of the mind, as well as the complete development of all good qualities. Then, only then will we have the skills, the ability, the knowledge to teach and guide sentient beings in the most effective manner to be free from the oceans of samsaric suffering and lead them to the state of enlightenment. And so, in order to become enlightened, then we need to accumulate the causes, namely the accumulations of merit and transcendental wisdom, and also purify our minds of all the obscurations, even the subtle stains of the grasping to true existence that exists within our mind stream. And to do that, we are going to therefore do this Thangtong Gyalpo prayer session. And those of you who are students of Lama Zopa Rinpoche, then you should always keep in mind that since Rinpoche has suggested, advised that this practice be done on a weekly basis, then whenever we participate in these sessions, then we're fulfilling the Guru's wishes, the Guru's advice, which becomes the greatest practice for purification, as well as the greatest practice for the accumulation of merit. Okay, so bearing that in mind, then of course we also, dedicate for all the beings who are sick and all the beings who recently died. So I heard that a grandmother of a dear Dharma sister of mine has passed away. So Nina Fadiva and all the beings who recently died, and then all the beings who are currently sick, we're doing this practice for them. And so here at the beginning, after we've adjusted our motivation, since we're doing this for all sentient beings, we can visualize all the sentient beings in the space around us. And as we do the practice, then we can think that all the sentient beings are doing the practice with us. Okay. So now I think you have the Thangtong Gyalpo prayer downloaded, but in case you don't, I am going to do this share screen function, okay? So, all right, please recite out loud and try to bring to mind the meaning of these words to the best of your ability as we recite. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yadamas, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yadamas, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So now we'll recite the Om Mani Padme Hum mantra. So if you have the requisite initiation, you can generate yourself as a deity, first by purifying the ordinary appearances into emptiness, and then your mind that realizes the ultimate nature of all phenomena, shunyata, then that very mind arises in a form that is then visible to sentient beings, that of Avalokiteshvara. Or if you don't have the necessary initiation, you can visualize Avalokiteshvara in the space in front. So either way, as we recite the mantra, you can visualize the light rays radiate out from the heart of Chenrezig. And these light rays purify all sentient beings, all their sicknesses, all their negative karma, all of their obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. Okay, so keeping that visualization in mind, then we recite the mantra. Om Mani Padme 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. So now think that due to the power of having recited the mantra, as well as the purifying light rays that radiated out from Avalokiteshvara's heart, all sentient beings are now completely purified from all their negative karma, all their sickness, all their suffering, all the obscurations to both liberation and enlightenment. And you can think they've all become enlightened in the aspect of Avalokiteshvara. Okay, so now we'll do the actual prayer. So we'll recite this over and over again until it's time to do the final dedication. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm steadily, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease of the sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of the Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm steadily, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis and protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, our protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading out to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sinning beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to service of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth and infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Go ahead. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings are from the life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So we'll recite it one more time. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds whose name terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 8,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the Three Jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So now we can think that due to the power of having recited the prayer, as well as the power of the blessings of the speech of the author of this text, Thangtong Gyalpo, that all of the aspirations that are embodied in this prayer, that they totally come to pass right this second. And sentient beings are free from all of the suffering that is described here in the prayer, all the sicknesses, all the epidemic diseases, all the spirit harm, all the interferers. And they also become endowed with all of the good qualities described here. The, having radiance, power, long life, good health, well-being. Okay. So now we will do the other dedication. So hold on here. Sorry. Oops. Okay. All right. Okay, sorry.
Okay. You ready?
Okay, so now, oh, sorry, yeah, not quite done yet. Okay, so now the dedication. So think that we're dedicating all the merits, not just from this session, but all the 3 times merit accumulated by ourselves, as well as the numberless sentient beings and numberless Buddhas. Let the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Samsara and nirvana, like even an atom of inherent existence, and cause and effect independent arising or in betraying. I seek your blessings to discern the meaning of Nagarjuna's thought, that these two are mutually complementary and not contradictory. However many 6 sentient beings there are, may they quickly be freed from all sicknesses. May all the sicknesses of sentient, without exception of transmigratory beings, never occur again. In all my lives never separated from perfect gurus, may I enjoy the magnificent Dharma, and by completing the qualities of the grounds and paths, may I quickly attain the state of Vajradhara. By the force of the victorious one, Tsongkhapa, acting as my direct Mahayana virtuous friend in all our lives, may I never turn away, for even a second, from the pure path highly admired by the victorious one. Okay, so in interest of time, we'll just skip ahead a little bit. So due to all the past, present, future merits collected by me, the numberless Buddhas, and the numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all the sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who am completely empty of existing from my own side. I further dedicate all these virtues to be able to train just like the hero Manjushri who knows reality, and just like some other Bhadra as well. I further dedicate all my roots of virtue, with the dedication praises the best by all the gone beyond victorious ones of the 3 times, in order to have good conduct. So here the long life for His Holiness Dalai Lama. The wish granting, wish fulfilling jewel, the source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, the incomparably kind, supreme Tenzin Gyatso, may you have a long life, and all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. You who uphold Sadhuru's moral way, who serve as a boundless bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, the masterfully accomplished magnificent prayers honoring the 3 sublime ones, Savior, myself, and others, your disciples, please, please live long. Okay, so thank you very much, all of you who've tuned in. And also, can we dedicate for all the beings who recently passed away, including Nina Fadiva. So all the beings who recently passed away, may they quickly attain a rebirth in the pure land of the Buddha, where they can achieve enlightenment, or at least achieve a perfect human rebirth, meet with the Mahayana teachings and Mahayana gurus, and achieve enlightenment in their very next lifetime. Okay, thank you very much. I've gone over my time. So I think Tenzin Dunye.
Okay, it's me.
Okay.
Okay.
Namaste.
Namaste.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Now we start. We continue in French.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. Et donc, bonsoir pour tous les amis français. Donc, on va continuer cette pratique. Je vois que tout le monde est fidèle au poste. C'est une bonne nouvelle. Donc, je dois faire l'exercice de partage d'écran qui plante comme d'habitude, je ne sais pas pourquoi. Non, ça ne va pas planter là. Tout au moins pas pour la première partie. La deuxième partie, c'est pas sûr. Voilà, en tout cas déjà, voilà le texte. Et donc on est content de se retrouver. Donc on va faire cette pratique qui maintenant est hebdomadaire et dont nous avons presque tous l'habitude, sauf peut-être Alex qui semble nouveau. Et donc bienvenue dans le groupe. Voilà. Hein. Donc je discute pas trop parce qu'on a une demi-heure et il faut que je termine parce qu'après ça on a une autre réunion au centre. Donc voilà. Heureusement qu'on ne travaille plus parce qu'on n'aurait plus le temps de travailler. Donc voilà. Donc en tout cas on fait cette belle pratique hebdomadaire pour essayer de faire ce que nous pouvons pour lutter contre cette pandémie. C'est notre motivation principale, c'est le souhait de guérir le monde de cette pandémie, c'est le souhait euh, euh, de faire en sorte que les choses puissent peut-être pas revenir dans une situation normale, puisque le passé ne revient jamais, il est passé, mais que ça puisse évoluer d'une façon peut-être un petit peu plus vivable. Nous avons cette chance, nous, d'être soutenus par une pratique qui peut-être nous permet, dans ces moments de difficulté, d'affronter les problèmes avec moins d'angoisse et plus de confiance par rapport à ce qui va se passer. D'autres qui n'ont pas cette chance que nous avons eu d'être en contact avec le Dharma sont pris de plein fouet par toutes les difficultés, par tous les imprévus, par tous les changements brutaux, par la maladie, la mort, par toutes ces choses graves et terribles. Et ils sont dans une extrême souffrance, la souffrance de la perte de quelqu'un, la souffrance de la peur de mourir s'ils sont malades, la souffrance des difficultés financières pour ceux qui ont des problèmes avec leurs activités. Et donc nous, je ne dis pas que nous sommes paisibles et tranquilles, parce que nous avons notre propre karma et donc sûrement si nous sommes touchés, c'est que quelque part notre karma a contribué à cela, mais nous avons cette barre à laquelle nous pouvons nous raccrocher, qui est la barre du dharma, et ça c'est très important. Et donc, en pensant à tous ceux qui ne l'ont pas, eh bien, nous allons faire cette pratique pour eux, pour qu'ils puissent retrouver la santé s'ils l'ont perdue, pour qu'ils puissent retrouver des conditions de vie plus acceptables s'ils les ont perdues, pour qu'ils puissent retrouver une bonne renaissance s'ils sont partis dans une autre existence. Et en tout ça pour que le monde aille mieux. Hein. Si le monde est malade, c'est parce qu'il y a une accumulation de karma négatif qui a mûri et qui se manifeste dans le monde. Et donc, nous pouvons lutter aussi contre ça en essayant de générer tous ensemble des énergies positives, hein, car beaucoup de gens essayent de faire comme nous dans notre religion, mais ailleurs aussi. J'ai participé récemment à une réunion interreligieuse. Dans les autres religions aussi, il y a des regroupements, il y a des gens qui prient, il y a des gens qui espèrent, il y a des gens qui développent toutes ces bonnes énergies, de façon à ce que toutes ces bonnes énergies que nous avons chacun de nous dans notre cœur, eh bien, viennent faire obstacle à la mauvaise énergie qui mûrit, qui est celle qui produit cette situation. Donc voilà, nous faisons cela avec le cœur pur, avec notre meilleure motivation, avec notre meilleure bonne volonté, hein, en pensant au bien de tous les êtres, en pensant que ce que nous faisons est utile à tout le monde. Et on commence d'abord par cette petite méditation sur les 4 pensées incommensurables. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres demeuraient dans l'équanimité, libres de l'attachement qui les rapproche des uns et de la haine qui les éloigne des autres. Puisse-t-il demeurer ainsi? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'il demeure dans cet état? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres obtenaient le bonheur suprême de l'éveil et les causes de ce bonheur. Puissent-ils les obtenir? Puissais-je faire en sorte qu'ils les obtiennent? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres étaient libérés de la souffrance et des causes de la souffrance. Puissent-ils en être libérés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils en soient libérés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Comme ce serait merveilleux si tous les êtres n'étaient jamais séparés du bonheur des renaissances supérieures et de la libération. Puissent-ils ne jamais en être séparés? Puisse-je faire en sorte qu'ils n'en soient jamais séparés? Maître Bouddha, veuillez me bénir afin que je puisse accomplir cela. Et maintenant que nous avons affermi notre motivation par ces 4 pensées, on va se tourner vers Chenrezig, puisque c'est à lui qu'on va faire la prière dite de Thangtong Gyalpo. Et donc, c'est normal qu'on commence par l'invoquer, par le visualiser au-dessus de nous. Donc, nous pouvons visualiser au-dessus de notre tête et de celle de tous les êtres dans le samsara pratiquement, dans tout l'espace. Nous pouvons visualiser un lotus blanc et un disque, et sur ce lotus blanc, un disque de lune. Sur ce disque de lune, donc ce disque blanc, apparaît la lettre Ri, la lettre tibétaine, qui est blanche également, et de cette lettre apparaît Chenrezig. Chenrezig également est blanc, il est lumineux, c'est un être de lumière. Là, il nous apparaît dans son corps de lumière, dans son corps de gloire, dans son apparence du Samgakaya. Et donc, il diffuse des rayons de 5 couleurs qui sont les couleurs des 5 sagesses, qui sont les couleurs des 5 Bouddhas principaux. Donc, il a un sourire magnifique, son regard est plein de compassion. Ici, il est dans son apparence à 4 bras. Et donc, de ces 4 mains, les 2 premières sont jointes. Et donc, elles tiennent entre les 2 mains un joyau qui exauce tous les vœux, si on veut être précis. Et les 2 autres mains, elles tiennent un rosaire de cristal et un lotus blanc. Il est paré de soieries et d'ornements de joyaux. Une peau de biche couvre son épaule. Et le Bouddha Amitabha, le Bouddha de lumière infinie, est au-dessus de sa tête. Il est assis dans la posture du lotus, dans la posture adamantine. Il a derrière lui une lune immaculée. Et donc tel qu'il est, dans son apparence extraordinaire et lumineuse, c'est vraiment l'essence de tous les refuges. Et donc en ayant à l'esprit cela, je vais essayer d'apporter l'autre chose que je n'arrive pas à retrouver, mais que je finirai par retrouver. Non, c'est pas celle-là que je veux. Je suis désolé, hein, mais quand ça veut pas, ça veut pas. Je recommence. Alors, je pense. Est-ce que vous la voyez là? Vous avez la pratique? Non.
Non, on voit juste ton arborescence.
Alors, partager. Là, on va la voir. Là, on va la voir. Je sens que c'est bon. Voilà.
Super.
Je ne comprends pas pourquoi j'y arrive pas. Je dois avoir un blocage avec ça. Mais bon, c'est aussi mon mauvais karma. Hein. Donc voilà, nous avons cette prière qui a été rédigée par Thangtong Gyalpo, qui était un grand sage de l'Inde ancienne. Et donc, voilà, donc ça commence par la motivation et le refuge, c'est ce que nous avons l'habitude de faire. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Tous les êtres, mes mères, aussi nombreuses que vaste est l'espace, prennent refuge dans le précieux maître Bouddha. Nous prenons refuge dans le Bouddha, le Dharma et la Sangha. Nous prenons refuge dans l'assemblée des maîtres, des déités de méditation et des dakinis. Nous prenons refuge dans la clarté et vacuité de notre propre esprit, le Dharmakaya. Et donc nous avons toujours au-dessus de nous la présence de Chenrezig, nous avons pris refuge. Donc maintenant, nous allons réciter le mantra pendant peut-être un mala, et ensuite nous réciterons la prière où on alternera les strophes de la prière et les mantras comme maintenant nous avons l'habitude de faire. Donc on commence par le mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Et donc maintenant nous passons à la prière proprement dite. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves qui, tel un boucher menant sa victime à l'abattoir, séparent le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être immédiatement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Et donc nous pouvons commencer depuis le début parce que nous avons encore le temps. Puis toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, quitter à la bouchée, menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments, privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir, disparaître à tout jamais, et puissent le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Par la compassion des maîtres et des 3 races sublimes, le pouvoir des Dakini, des gardiens et des protecteurs du Dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être immédiatement exaucées. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum. Et il nous reste encore 5 minutes, donc on a le temps de faire les dédicaces et peut-être de réciter une dernière fois la prière toute seule, sans les mantras, parce que nous en avons dit pas mal. Donc nous avons toujours Chenrezig au-dessus de nous, et donc nous nous adressons à lui, et vraiment nous lui demandons d'aider le monde à mettre fin à cette pandémie. Puissent toutes les maladies qui font souffrir les êtres en raison du karma et de conditions soudaines, telles que les méfaits causés par les esprits, les maladies et les éléments, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent toutes les souffrances liées aux maladies graves, quitter à la bouchée menant sa victime à l'abattoir, sépare le corps de l'esprit en un instant, ne plus advenir en ce monde. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus souffrir d'épidémies aiguës, chroniques ou autres, dont le seul nom suffit à semer la terreur et à se sentir aspiré dans la gueule de Yama, le Seigneur de la mort. Puissent tous les êtres incarnés ne plus être victimes des 80 000 espèces de fauteurs de troubles, des 360 nuisances subitement infligées par des esprits maléfiques, des 424 maladies, et ainsi de suite. Puis toutes les souffrances dues au dérèglement des 4 éléments privant le corps et l'esprit de tout plaisir disparaître à tout jamais, et puisse le corps et l'esprit rayonner de vitalité, jouir d'une longue vie, demeurer heureux et en bonne santé. Par la compassion des maîtres, des trois rares et sublimes, le pouvoir des gardiens et des protecteurs du dharma, et par la force infaillible du karma et de ses effets, puissent dédicaces et prières être pleinement exaucées. Donc là, nous avons terminé de réciter la prière. Je vais tâcher de remettre à l'écran les dédicaces et nous allons pouvoir terminer avec les prières de dédicace. Puisse le joyeux suprême de la bodhicitta naître là où il n'est pas né, ne pas dégénérer là où il est déjà né, mais s'accroître de plus en plus. Grâce aux mérites accumulés par ses actions vertueuses, puisse-je rapidement atteindre l'état d'un maître Bouddha et conduire tous les êtres sans exception à cet état d'éveil. Grâce aux mérites des 3 temps accumulés par moi-même, les Bouddhas, les Bodhisattvas et tous les êtres, puissent les guerres, la famine, la torture, la pauvreté, les problèmes économiques et tous les dangers liés à la terre, à l'eau, au feu et au vent être immédiatement pacifiés. Et puisse la paix et le bonheur parfait remplir le cœur et la vie de chacun. Puissent les enseignements du Bouddha durer longtemps et puissent les êtres de ce monde rencontrer les enseignements du Bouddha et atteindre l'éveil aussi vite que possible. Grâce au mérite du passé, du présent et de l'avenir créé par moi-même, au mérite des 3 temps accumulés par les innombrables Bouddhas et les innombrables êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre, puissé-je, moi qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre, atteindre l'état de plein éveil qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre et mener tous les êtres qui sont entièrement vides d'existence propre vers cet état qui est entièrement vide d'existence propre, uniquement par moi-même qui suis entièrement vide d'existence propre. Et maintenant, la prière de longue vie de sa sainteté le Dalai Lama et ensuite de Lama Zopa Rinpoche. Gongri Rawe Gowe Chinkam Di Pentang Dewa Manu Jungwe Ni Chenrezig Tenzi Gyatsoyi Chape Site Pardo Tengyuchi. Vous qui maintenant l'attitude du conquérant et soutenant, préservant et propageant l'enseignement de Lama Tsongkhapa, œuvrez comme serviteur imperturbable de toutes choses, qui êtes accompli par la force de vos excellentes aspirations qui rendent hommage aux 3 races et sublimes, veuillez demeurer longtemps comme mon sauveur et celui de vos autres disciples. Et voilà, donc nous avons terminé cette pratique. Donc nous avons terminé. It's finished for you, for us. Donc Drolma, if you want to continue.
Yes, please. So thank you very much, everybody. And I will continue now. And I'm sorry, I don't speak any French. And the next session will also be in German.
Okay, good. Okay, goodbye. Have a nice day. Goodbye.
Merci à tous. Merci, Elio. Au revoir.
Merci. Au revoir.
Merci.
So, dann begrüße ich alle Deutschsprachigen. Mein Name ist Tuppen Römer und die nächste Sitzung wird jetzt auf Deutsch stattfinden. Es freut mich sehr, dass alle mitmachen, entweder hier über Zoom oder über YouTube. Und wir beginnen diese Sitzung mit einer kurzen Meditation. Wir sitzen entweder auf dem Kissen oder auf einem Stuhl. Und das Wichtigste ist, dass der Rücken gerade ist. Und dann bereiten wir zunächst unseren Körper vor und danach unser Bewusstsein. Und man kann den Körper vorbereiten, indem man ganz kurz einen sogenannten Bodyscan macht. Man geht einmal durch den Körper durch. Ist der Sitz gerade? Ist der Rücken gerade? Ist mein Gesicht verspannt? Sind die Schultern verspannt? Ist die Sitzhaltung so, dass ich eine Weile in der Position verweilen kann? Und wenn dann der Körper vorbereitet ist, dann wenden wir uns dem Bewusstsein zu. Und das Einfachste ist, wenn man einen tiefen Atemzug nimmt und beim Ausatmen einfach alles loslässt. Und wenn mir dieses Loslassen gelingt, werde ich automatisch eine gewisse Weite und Entspannung spüren. Und ich lasse alles los, was heute war, alle Gedanken, Wünsche, Sorgen, Ängste, Hoffnungen. Konzentriere mich nur auf diese Weite. Und vielleicht stellt sich automatisch schon ein Gefühl des Wohlbefindens ein. Falls nicht, dann lasse ich das in mir aufsteigen. Wir alle wissen, wie es sich anfühlt, wenn es einem so richtig gut geht. Wenn man glücklich ist, wenn alles passt. Dieses Gefühl, diese Empfindung lasse ich in mir aufsteigen. Möge es mir gut gehen. Möge ich mich wohlfühlen. Möge ich gesund sein. Und dann stelle ich mir im Raum vor mir jemand vor, den ich sehr gerne mag. Jemand, der mir sehr nahe steht. Und aus ganzem Herzen wünsche ich dieser Person, dass sie sich genauso fühlt, wie ich mich jetzt. Und ich sende ihr all dieses Gefühl des Wohlbehagens, des Glücklichseins. Und ich bin mir ganz sicher, dass diese Person es auch empfängt. Mögest du glücklich sein. Möge es dir gut gehen. Mögest du gesund sein. Und ich bin mir ganz sicher, dass diese Person all diese Wünsche, all dieses Wohlbehagen empfangen hat und das jetzt spürt. Und dann stelle ich mir so viele Menschen, Personen, vielleicht auch Tiere vor, wie ich nur kann. alle, die von Covid betroffen sind, die krank sind, die infiziert sind, die im Krankenhaus liegen, diejenigen im Altersheim, die keine Besucher empfangen können, Menschen, die einsam sind, die Angst haben, die in finanziellen Nöten sind. Und dieses Gefühl des Wohlbehagens, des Glücklichseins, das sende ich all diesen Menschen mit der Gewissheit, dass sie das empfangen. Mögest du glücklich sein, mögest dir gut gehen, mögest du gesund sein. Mögest du alles haben, was du brauchst. Und dann stelle ich mir im Raum vor mir jemand vor, mit dem ich Schwierigkeiten habe. Jemand, der meine Knöpfe drückt. Jemand, den ich beobachtet habe, vielleicht im Laden, die oder die Abstandsregeln nicht einhält. Eine Gruppe von Menschen, die zusammensitzt oder steht vor einem Café und ich mich ärgere, dass die das machen. Jemand, der zornig ist. Und dann frage ich mich, was diese Person bewegt. Und ich werde feststellen, wir sind alle gleich. Jeder einzelne von uns will einfach nur glücklich sein und will keinen Schmerz, kein Leid, keine Hindernisse haben. Und deshalb schicke ich auch dieser Person oder Personen, mit denen ich Schwierigkeiten habe, die mich irritieren, aus ganzem Herzen dieses Gefühl des Wohlbehagens, des Glücklichseins. Mögest du glücklich sein, möge es dir gut gehen, mögest du gesund sein. Mögest du frei sein von Ärger. Mögest du frei sein von Angst. Mögest du frei sein von Unzufriedenheit. Und ich bin mir gewiss, dass diese Person oder Personen all das empfangen. Wir wollen mit diesem Prayerathon die Welt heilen. Wie kann ich das machen? Ist es nur ein Wunschdenken? Weil das Leid, der Schmerz, die Unzufriedenheit Das Leid, die Ursache des Leides sind Karma und Verblendungen. Und wenn ich an meinem Karma und Verblendungen arbeite und diese überwinde, dann kann ich ein Vorbild sein. Ich bin wie ein Kieselstein in einem Teich, der konzentrische Wellen wirft. Es breitet sich aus. Ich kann positiv auf andere einwirken. Und dann stelle ich mir im Raum vor mir Buddha Shakyamuni vor, strahlend, mit einem Körper aus Licht. Und Buddha Shakyamuni war einmal genau wie ich. Aber er hat praktiziert. Er hat nie aufgegeben. Er hat alle Verblendungen überwunden, alles negative Karma bereinigt, alle Qualitäten vervollständigt. Buddha Shakyamuni ist meine Zuflucht. Bei ihm bin ich sicher. Und ich will so sein wie er. Ich will alles Negative überwinden und alle Qualitäten vervollständigen. Ich will selbst ein Buddha werden. Das ist meine wahre Zuflucht. Und nicht nur für mich allein, sondern für jedes einzelne Wesen, das genau so ist wie ich. Das einfach nur glücklich sein will und kein Leid erfahren will. Und vom Herzen von Buddha Shakyamuni gehen Licht- und Nektarstrahlen aus und füllen meinen ganzen Körper. Und alles Negative wird bereinigt. Dann nehmen wir Zuflucht. Alle fühlenden Wesen, meine Mütter, die so zahlreich sind wie der Raum unendlich weit, nehmen Zuflucht zum kostbaren Guru Buddha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zum Buddha, zum Dharma und zum Sangha. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der Versammlung von Gurus, Idams und Dakinis. Wir nehmen Zuflucht zu der leeren Klarheit unseres eigenen Geistes, dem Dharmakaya. Und dann kommt Buddha Shakyamuni zu unserem Scheitel und er löst sich auf in Licht und verschmilzt mit mir selbst. Mein eigener Körper löst sich auf in Licht und mein Bewusstsein wird eins mit dem erleuchteten Bewusstsein. Und dann nimmt dieses Bewusstsein wiederum die Gestalt von Buddha Shakyamuni an. Im Herzen ist eine Mondscheibe, darauf die Silbe Hum und darum das Mani-Mantra. Und wenn wir das Mantra rezitieren, gehen vom Hum und dem Mantra Licht- und Nektarstrahlen aus zu jedem einzelnen Wesen. Und jedes einzelne Wesen empfängt den Segen. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Padme Hum, Om Mani 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 Padme Hum. Alle Krankheiten, körperliche und psychische, Depressionen, Ängste, Traurigkeit, Covid, Krebs, alles wird bereinigt. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Verblendungen und alles negative Karma wird vollständig bereinigt. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Alle Wesen haben vollständig den Segen empfangen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas, des Herrn des Todes, geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma-Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Mögen alle Leiden, die das Bewusstsein der fühlenden Wesen traurig stimmen, die entstanden sind durch Karma und zeitweilige Bedingungen, wie Schäden durch Graha-Geister, Krankheiten und Bhutas, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Möge jegliches Leiden durch lebensbedrohliche Krankheiten, die, so wie ein Metzger ein Tier zum Schlachtblock führt, Körper und Geist in einem Moment trennen, niemals auftreten in den Bereichen der Welt. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von akuten, chronischen und anderen epidemischen Krankheiten, deren bloßes Hören ihres Namens die Wesen in Angst und Schrecken versetzt, so als ob sie in den Schlund Yamas des Herrn des Todes geraten wären. Mögen alle Wesen unbeeinträchtigt sein von den 80.000 Arten von Schädigern, den 360 bösen Geistern, die plötzlich zuschlagen, den 424 Krankheiten und so weiter. Möge jegliches Leiden, verursacht durch Beeinträchtigung der 4 Elemente, die Körper und Geist jedes Glück entziehen, vollständig befriedet sein. Und möge Körper und Geist Glanz und Kraft besitzen, sowie langes Leben, Gesundheit und Wohlbefinden. Durch das Mitgefühl der Gurus und der 3 Juwelen, durch die Macht der Dakinis, Dharma-Beschützer und Wächter und die Kraft der Wahrheit, der Unfehlbarkeit von Karma und dessen Wirkung, mögen sich all diese Widmungen und Gebete erfüllen. Dann die Widmungen. Möge wer den kostbaren höchsten Erleuchtungsgeist noch nicht entwickelt hat, ihn entwickeln, und wer ihn entwickelt hat, ihn nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Möge wer die kostbare höchste Erkenntnis der Leerheit noch nicht entwickelt hat, sie entwickeln, und wer sie entwickelt hat, sie nie verringern, sondern immer weiter entfalten. Wie viele kranke Wesen es auch gibt, mögen sie rasch befreit sein von aller Krankheit, mögen alle Krankheiten der wandernden Wesen ohne Ausnahme niemals wieder auftreten. In allen meinen Leben, niemals getrennt von den vollkommenen Gurus, möge ich das herrliche Dharma genießen, und durch die Vollendung der Qualitäten der Stufen und Pfade möge ich rasch den Zustand Vajradaras erreichen. So wie Erde, Feuer, Wasser und Wind, Medizin und die Bäume im Wald, möge ich immer genutzt werden von den fühlenden Wesen, so wie sie es sich wünschen, ohne Widerstand. Möge ich fühlende Wesen so stark wertschätzen wie mein eigenes Leben. Mögen fühlende Wesen mich wertschätzen. Möge all ihr negatives Karma an mir reifen und mögen all meine Verdienste ihnen zukommen. Der mutige Manjushri und Samantabhadra sahen, wie es ist. Um ihnen zu folgen, widme ich ebenso alle heilsamen Aktivitäten auf beste Weise. So wie die siegreichen Buddhas aller 3 Zeiten dem widmeten, was als das Höchste gepriesen, so widme auch ich alle Wurzel des Heilsamen ganz dem edlen Bodhisattva-Verhalten. Doch alle Verdienste der 3 Zeiten, angesammelt von mir, den Buddhas, Bodhisattvas und allen Wesen, möge von jetzt an, welche Handlung auch immer ich ausführe, welche Erfahrungen auch immer ich mache, Höhen und Tiefen, Glück oder Leid, Gesundheit oder Krankheit, Gewinn oder Verlust, Reichtum oder Armut, Lob oder Kritik, Leben oder Tod, sogar Wiedergeburt in den Höllen, was auch immer mir geschieht, mögen alle Erfahrungen in meinem Leben höchst nutzbringend sein, und indem ich selbst Erleuchtung erlange, möge ich alle Wesen dazu bringen, so rasch wie möglich die Erleuchtung zu erlangen. Solange wie der Raum besteht, solange wie es lebende Wesen gibt, so lange möge auch ich verweilen und ihr Leid zum Aufhören bringen. Dann die langen Lebensgebete für seine Heiligkeit den Dalai Lama. An das wunschgewährende, wunscherfüllende Juwel, Quelle von allem Nutzen und Glück in dieser Welt, an den unvergleichlich gütigen Tenzin Gyatso richte ich meine Bitten und mögen sich all deine heiligen Wünsche sogleich erfüllen. An den Beschützer der Lebewesen und der Lehre im Land des Schnees, der den Weg der Einheit von Leerheit und Mitgefühl äußerst klar zeigt, an den mit Lotus in der Hand Tenzin Gyatso richte ich meine Bitten und mögen sich all deine heiligen Wünsche erfüllen. Für Lama Zopa Rinpoche, mögest du, der die Verhaltensweisen des Erhabenen aufrechterhält und die siegreiche Lehre des sanften Beschützers bewahrt, hütet, ausbreitet, alles auf sich nimmt, sie zu festigen und die Segenskraft der Ehrung der drei höchsten Juwelen erfüllt, zu unserem, deiner Schüler Schutz ständig verweilen. Und für all unsere Lehrer, mögen die großartigen spirituellen Meister ein langes und gesundes Leben haben. Mögen die Wesen überall, so weit der Weltraum reicht, glücklich sein. Mögen ich und alle anderen ausnahmslos Heilsames entwickeln und beseitigen, was uns verdunkelt. Und möge uns der Segen zuteil werden, rasch die Buddhaschaft zu erlangen. Dann bedanke ich mich recht herzlich bei allen Deutschsprachigen und I'm sorry for the English-speaking ones. If you joined in and couldn't understand, then please join another session. Hello, Agata.
Hello.
How are you?
Fine, thank you. Yes.
Good. So I finished 1 minute early.
It's okay. Va bene.
Good.
Okay, thank you. The next
Thank
time.
you and enjoy your session.
Thank you, sì.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Soltanto scusate un attimo che devo prendere. Eccomi. Scusate. Buongiorno, sono Agata. Buonasera, è vero, buonasera a tutti. Sono Agata del centro Cianciuccioli, nord Italia, a Polava, un centro fondato da Geshe Shetopten. Quindi rigioiamo del fatto che siamo qua a fare questa pratica e ci prendiamo cura del nostro sentiero spirituale e dell'aiuto verso tutti gli esseri senzienti, nessuno escluso, soprattutto per chi soffre in questo momento così drammatico. Cominciamo subito con la purificazione delle nadi, del respiro. Facciamo la respirazione in 9 cicli. Chiudiamo la narice destra con le dita. Inspiriamo 2 volte, espiriamo 3 volte dalla narice sinistra e quando sentiamo il respiro all'altezza del nostro ombelico, cerchiamo di trattenere l'aria per qualche secondo. Poi espiriamo e la visualizzazione è che ispiriamo. Quando noi espiriamo, immaginiamo l'energia che entra, l'energia dei 4 elementi, terra, acqua, fuoco e aria, entra dentro di noi e tutte le realizzazioni e l'energia della chiara luce. Quando buttiamo fuori l'aria, quando ispiriamo la visualizzazione dell'aria è come luce bianca. Quando invece espiriamo, immaginiamo che esce del fumo nero e pensiamo che tutte le oscurazioni, le afflizioni, preoccupazioni, le paure, i dubbi, le sofferenze, il dolore, tutto ciò che è indesiderato, anche le nostre preoccupazioni, esce e va lontano, lontano e si assorbe nella vacuità. E quindi facciamo questa respirazione per 9 volte. 3 volte con la narice sinistra, 3 volte con la narice destra e poi con tutte e 2 le, narici insieme. Okay. Cambiamo narice, chiudiamo con la mano sinistra. Adesso inspiriamo e respiriamo con tutte e 2 le narici. Adesso pensiamo appunto alla motivazione perché siamo qua. Pensiamo che sul nostro capo c'è Chenrezig e sul capo di ogni essere vivente, di tutti i 6 reami. E pensiamo che c'è tutto il campo dei meriti. Il nostro guru radice che è, sempre, sopra il nostro capo e che continuamente ehm, ci aiuta dandoci tantissime benedizioni. Pensiamo che la cosa importante è cercare di capire che, dobbiamo essere veramente concentrati sul fatto che, dobbiamo dare priorità alla bodhicitta, cioè vogliamo fare questa pratica per raggiungere l'illuminazione il più presto possibile, per aiutare tutti gli esseri viventi. Perché ottenendo l'illuminazione, questo pensiero, questo obiettivo così importante fa crescere in noi il desiderio di liberarci da tutti i difetti mentali, dagli ostacoli, dalle interferenze, dal comportamento sbagliato e le azioni negative. Migliorando sempre di più riusciremo a raggiungere l'illuminazione, appunto. E pensiamo anche che aspiriamo al fatto che tutti gli esseri viventi possano capire ed avere questo meraviglioso desiderio di bodhicitta. Prendiamo rifugio in Buddha, in Dharma e Sangha, ma anche nella nostra mente chiara e completamente libera da afflizione, è la nostra mente vuota, la mente di chiara luce. Quindi rigioiamo ancora una volta del fatto di essere qui a fare questa pratica, perché è una cosa, ha una valenza molto, molto importante, e così acquisiamo anche tanti meriti e tanta forza che in questo momento aiuta noi, ma anche tutte le persone che ci stanno vicino. Ok, con questa motivazione, allora la visualizzazione sia qua che durante la preghiera è quella di pensare che Chenrezig dal nostro capo emana luce bianca che purifica tutti gli esseri senzienti e fa offerte a tutto il campo dei merito, tutto il campo dei meriti a Buddha, Bodhisattva, Dakini e protettori. E facciamo offerte, immaginiamo che offriamo acqua da bere, a cascate, laghi, acqua meravigliosamente della fonte più pura delle montagne innevate dell'Himalaya, acqua per lavare i piedi, fiori bellissimi, giardini incredibilmente belli, incenso, montagne di incenso profumato che purifica tutta l'aria, profumi, cibo, immaginate tutto quello che volete, cibo, torte, pasta asciutta, no, cibo della migliore qualità. E musica celestiale, musica che piace anche a voi, musica che rallegra, tutti quanti. E la luce rientra dentro di noi, le offerte producono energia sotto forma di luce, che rientra dentro il nostro cuore, dentro il cuore di Chenrezig al nostro capo. Pensiamo che anche il nostro maestro riceve le benedizioni di tutti i campo del merito ed è molto contento. Poi la luce riesce e va a purificare e guarire tutti gli uomini della terra, gli animali, nessuno escluso. E pensiamo che sono tutti felicissimi perché ricevono questa ondata di energia meravigliosa. Ok, allora prendiamo rifugio. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, né Dharma, né Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei Guru, delle divinità meditative e delle Dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha, prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, né Dharma né Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru, delle divinità meditative e delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Io e tutti gli esseri senzienti, tanti quanti lo spazio infinito, prendiamo rifugio nel prezioso Guru Buddha. Prendiamo rifugio nel Buddha, nel Dharma, nel Sangha. Prendiamo rifugio nell'assemblea dei guru della divinità meditative delle dakini. Prendiamo rifugio nella chiarezza vuota della nostra mente, il Dharmakaya. Allora, con la visualizzazione che abbiamo visto poco fa, facciamo una mala di mantra di Chenrezig. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Adesso assorbiamo Chenrezig nel nostro cuore e diventiamo di un solo sapore con lui e immaginiamo che tutto il nostro corpo è pervaso di grande beatitudine, saggezza e vacuità e diventa completamente bianco e immaginiamo che il nostro Guru Radice si siede nel nostro cuore col viso rivolto verso l'esterno e pensiamo che dai pori della nostra pelle esce energia sotto forma di luce bianca che va a beneficiare tutti gli esseri viventi della terra, nessuno escluso. Poi immaginiamo ogni tanto che la luce rientra dentro il nostro cuore completamente purificata, energizzata e poi la facciamo riuscire e pensiamo che gli uomini e le persone di tutti i 6 reami sono talmente pervasi di grande beatitudine e vacuità grazie al potere di questa energia sotto forma di luce che diventano loro stesso Chenrezig e si librano nell'aria e vanno nella terra pura. Pensiamo così. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano la mente degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha e dalle malattie dei buddhas e degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere a essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dagli 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati da 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione del Guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e dalle condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, bhutas e dagli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, in cui il semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei bhutas, degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante e non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee come i danni causati dagli spiriti graha, dalle malattie dei buddhas, degli elementi non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere, possa essere totalmente pacificata, che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru dei 3 rari supremi, con il potere delle dacchine, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, e con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possono queste molte dediche e preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Possano tutte le malattie che rattristano le menti degli esseri senzienti, che derivano dal karma e da condizioni temporanee, come i danni causati da spiriti graha, dalle malattie, dai bhutas, degli elementi, non verificarsi nei reami del mondo. Possa qualunque sofferenza ci sia, dipendente da malattie potenzialmente letali, che come un macellaio che porta un essere macellato, separano il corpo dalla mente in un solo istante, non verificarsi mai più nei reami del mondo. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati essere illesi da malattie acute croniche e altre malattie infettive, il cui semplice suono dei loro nomi terrorizza gli esseri come se fossero stati collocati nella bocca di Yama, il Signore della Morte. Possano tutti gli esseri incarnati non essere danneggiati dalle 80.000 classi di interferenze dannose, i 360 spiriti maligni che danneggiano improvvisamente, le 424 malattie e così via. Qualunque sofferenza ci sia dovuta a disturbi causati dai 4 elementi che privano il corpo e la mente di ogni piacere possa essere totalmente pacificata e che il corpo e la mente abbiano splendore e potere, siano dotati di lunga vita, buona salute e benessere. Con la compassione dei guru, dei tre rari supremi, con il potere delle dakini, dei protettori del Dharma e dei guardiani, con la forza dell'infallibilità del karma e dei suoi risultati, possano queste molte dediche preghiere essere soddisfatte appena vengono pronunciate. Passiamo alle dediche. Possa la preziosa e suprema bodhicitta sorgere in chi non l'ha ancora generata e possa la mente che è già stata generata non diminuire mai, ma crescersi sempre di più. Sansara e Nirvana sono privi perfino di un atomo di esistenza intrinseca e causa ed effetto, l'origine dipendente, sono infallibili. Chiedo le tue benedizioni per riconoscere il significato del pensiero di Nagarjuna, che questi due sono mutualmente complementari e non contraddittori. Ovunque ci siano molti esseri senzienti malati, possano essere liberati velocemente da tutte le malattie, possano tutte le malattie degli esseri trasmigratori non avvenire mai più, senza eccezione. Pensiamo a tutti i dottori, agli infermieri, negli ospedali, nelle case di riposo dove ci sono handicappati, a tutto il personale medico e gli educatori e tutte le persone che veramente stanno facendo tantissimo per il Covid, ma anche per tutte le altre malattie. E proprio facciamo una dedica speciale affinché possano avere tanta forza e coraggio. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Pensiamo adesso a tutto l'esercito dei volontari, che sono veramente tanti, tutti gli operatori del terzo settore, anche quelli che sono alla protezione civile, alla prima informazione, al punto ascolto donna, nei centri antiviolenza. Sono veramente tanti, non avete idea di quante persone lavorano come volontari. Sono veramente degli angeli. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om. Pensiamo ai politici di tutto il mondo perché possano prendere le decisioni giuste. Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme, Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Om Mani Padme, 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 Om Mani Padme. Possa in tutte le mie vite non essere mai separato dal Guru perfetto, possa godere del magnifico Dharma, completando tutte le qualità dei terreni sentieri, possa io ottenere velocemente lo stato di Vajradhara. Per la forza del vittorioso Tsongkhapa, che agisce come nostro diretto amico virtuoso Mahayana in tutte le nostre vite, possiamo non allontanarci mai, neppure per un secondo, dal puro sentiero ammirato dai vittoriosi. Possiamo io e tutti gli esseri senzienti incontrare gli insegnamenti del vittorioso lo Zangrappa, che aveva la moralità di uno stile di vita di purissimo, era coraggioso nella condotta estesa dei figli dei vittoriosi e ha realizzato lo yoga dei 2 stadi della suprema beatitudine e vacuità. Come la terra, l'acqua, il fuoco, l'aria, le medicine, il legno da ardere nei monasteri, possa io sempre essere usato dagli esseri senzienti, esattamente come a loro fa comodo, senza alcuna resistenza. Possa io prendermi cura degli altri come della mia stessa vita, possa io considerarli ancora di più che di me stessa, possa il loro karma negativo maturare su di me, possano tutte le mie virtù maturare su di loro. Fino a che tutti gli esseri senzienti non sono stati liberati dal samsara, possa io dimorare nel samsara per aiutarli, anche se io potessi ottenere la suprema illuminazione. Per tutti i meriti del passato, del presente e del futuro, accumulati da me, da innumerevoli Buddha, innumerevoli esseri senzienti, che sono completamente vuoti dall'esistere dalla loro parte, possa io, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte, ottenere lo stato della piena illuminazione, che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, e guidare tutti gli esseri senzienti che sono completamente vuoti di esistere dalla loro parte, a quello stato che è completamente vuoto di esistere dalla sua parte, da solo, che sono completamente vuoto di esistere dalla mia parte. Come l'eroe Manjushri e come Samantabhadra hanno realizzato il modo di essere delle cose, nello stesso modo dedico totalmente queste virtù affinché possa seguirli nel loro addestramento. Dedico totalmente tutte le mie radici di virtù con la dedica considerata come la superiore da tutti i vittoriosi che sono apparsi nei 3 tempi per avere una condotta pura, affinché il sentiero del Dharma, del re del Dharma Tsongkhapa prosperi, possano tutti i segni degli ostacoli essere pacificati e possano le condizioni favorevoli essere completate. A causa dei 2 tipi di meriti, dei 3 tempi di me stessa e degli altri, possano tutti gli insegnamenti del vittorioso lo Zangrappa illuminare e risplendere per sempre. Gioiello che esaudisci i desideri, fonte di ogni singolo beneficio e felicità in questo mondo, incomparabilmente gentile, Thangtong Gyalpo, ti supplico, possono i tuoi santi desideri essere esauditi spontaneamente. Tu che detieni l'etica del soggiogatore, che funge da generoso sostegno di tutto, sostegni, preservi, diffondi la dottrina dei vittoriosi Manjugat, che magistralmente compi magnifiche preghiere che onorano i tre supremi. Salvatore mio e degli altri tuoi discepoli, per favore ti prego, vivi a lungo. Grazie. E adesso passiamo la parola a Dan.
Buonasera.
Hello. Ciao.
Ciao, grazie.
Ciao Irena.
Ciao,
Grazie a te. Ciao.
Ciao.
Okay.
Hello, Venerable Agatha. How are you?
Hi. Fine, thank you. Yes.
It's always lovely to to join. You know, there's some languages that have this wonderful
Yes.
melody. You know,
Mhm.
my native tongue German can be quite harsh, so it's lovely to hear. You know, sort of the Spanish versions, the Italian versions. So it's lovely. So it's lovely to have you back, and
Yes.
I hope you're keeping well, and you know, maybe get some sunshine. And Easter's looming as well. So hopefully you have a wonderful weekend next week. And thank you very much for all the support. Week 35 of Prayerathon. So thank you very much
Also
indeed.
for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good evening, everyone. My name is Damch. I'm based in the UK. And that was Venerable Agatha. Lovely for you to join her throughout our sessions. If you join us on previous sessions today, thank you very much. If you're joining us to stay on for a few more, you're most welcome. Hello. And depending what time of day it is, you know, good morning, good evening, you know, good night. And yeah, you know, thank you for joining. Thank you for your support throughout 35 weeks of Prayerathon. It's been quite a ride, if you pardon the expression. We did sort of look at some general sort of figures, because 35 weeks, you know, you think, yeah, okay, 35 days, what difference does that make in the scheme of things? And so we looked sort of at some of the averages that we were doing, and I think it's quite nice if you're a regular viewer for Prayerathon. So over the 35 weeks, 24 hours, 48 slots. And you know, all our leads in that time, if you go on the average of 3 recitations for the Motivations Refuge and the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, you know, on that alone, we would have 5,040 motivations, 5,040 refuge prayers, and 5,040 Sakya, you know, liberating Sakya from disease prayers. So just, you know, what the leads have done. In addition, then we did the Mani mantras, as you know, as part of the procedure. I was going to say of the flow, and on average, leads recited between 5 and 10 malas in the sessions. So if we just settle on 7.5 malas on average, that would have been over the 35 weeks. Our leads would have recited 12,600 malas of manis, or the equivalent of 1,360,800 mani mantras. Never mind all the additional and supplementary prayers that our leads have picked so successfully and diligently at times, and also the Tara mantras that have been recited. And of course, we had Venerable Sarah doing the chorus for us at Maritika and in Buddha. So there have been really, really wonderful experiences in those 35 weeks. And, you know, that is without the recitations you have done as viewers, as communities, and in the morning groups. So thank you very much, everybody out there who has supported the project, who has engaged with the practice. And, you know, it's just sometimes nice to see in figures, you know, what is it we're doing. And we also have noticed over the period since August of last year, and retrospectively to March of last year when pandemic first broke, the changes. So we are carrying weight, and you know, we have to carry on. It's just a beautiful thing. It's also nice how the community has grown. It's not just about figures, but as a Sangha community, we have grown quite a lot. We got to know each other so much better because through Zoom, we have had the opportunity to engage with one another, to hand over, to have a few chats, and you know, also engage with you as an audience, you know, be it on Zoom or on YouTube. So yeah, thank you very much for all your support. So if we take a moment and just settle the mind. And just take a few deep breaths. And let's ask ourselves why we're here. You know, if we come back here on a regular basis, What is it that connects us with prayerathon? Are we here because we're following the advice of our Guru Lama Zopa? Are we here because we're supporting either the person leading or the group that may be joining? You may be watching us as a group rather than as individuals, and you just enjoy the feel of community and belonging. You may be here because you're just curious, because you found us for the first time tonight. That's perfectly all right. You may also be here because you wish to take a break from the hustle and bustle of modern life with all its challenges, and enjoying, half an hour, just peace. You may be here because you have been affected by COVID, either directly or indirectly. You may have been sick yourself. You may have relatives who have been sick, are sick, or maybe have died from COVID. You may have had to care for somebody who has been ill. You may have been impacted because of the lockdowns and furlough schemes, impacting the way you can earn a living, the challenging that brings in terms of, being able to feed yourself, feeding your family, paying the bills, keeping a roof above your head, not knowing whether you have a job to go to. And how that affects our social connections. Have we learned the hard way who our friends are in difficult times? Are we surprised about certain people coming to our aid? Whatever reasons there are for you to be here, you're most welcome. And we do hope that these sessions can give you some relief from the pressures. But if you find it's a very, very difficult time, don't be afraid to seek advice from those who are professionally trained, such as doctors or lifelines, Samaritans, depending on where you are, what might be available to you. You're not alone. We don't want you to feel alone. And we don't want you to think that you're the only one who's going through hard times. That doesn't mean we take away your experience of suffering, but you can put it in perspective. That the pandemic has taught us one thing: rich or poor, our health can be affected. Our life's energy can be taken away. We may be heavily financially impacted. So we all experience some form of suffering right now, restrictions of liberties. And it doesn't matter, rich, poor, friend and foe, and all the beings in between. Shantideva says in the way of the Bodhisattva, may I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings in the world, until everyone is healed. So may we be of benefit to those who are suffering. May we recognize the suffering that exists, not just in ourselves, but now in our friends, families, everyone, every being, the community at large. May we recognize that we are not, singled out to just experience happiness, but that all beings should be free from suffering and worries and just enjoy a healthy life, a long life. For those of you who may have seen the film Patch Adams, which is based on the life story of Dr. Patch Adams, there's a beautiful scene at the end when Patch is called in front of the committee that has a decision to make whether or not Patch would be allowed to practice medicine. And in that speech, he says, if you're going to fight a disease, let's fight one of the most terrible diseases of all, indifference. And very happily, as beings, tend to look after our own and don't wish always the best, to those we don't particularly like. We forget about the masses that we have no connections to. We're totally indifferent to them. Yet, as we have discussed or found, all sentient beings wish to be free from suffering. So why is my happiness worth more than that of somebody else's? His Holiness often points out that as individuals, we're just one being amongst 7 billion. Surely the collective happiness is far more important than the one of one single individual. Let's visualize in front of us our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just keep visualizing Chenrezig either in the space in front or above the crown of your head. If you're joining us from a different faith, please visualize the deity you most associate with love and compassion. And if you're joining us from a generalistic spiritual path and do not wish to engage with deities per se, just visualize a clear light in the space in front of you above the crown of your head, and that light be filled with love and compassion. Excuse me. Pardon me. And let's visualize how light emanates from the Guru's body in all 10 directions. And each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings across the 6 realms. And as we wish them to be liberated from suffering and reach a state of enlightenment, for ease of use, you may visualize all those beings in human form. And the Guru's light, full of compassion, non-discriminatory, unconditional, shares his love and compassion with those beings. Light enters through the crown of their heads into their bodies, filling them with the compassion and purifying essence of the light, cleansing away all negative karma and delusions of past lifetimes. And we recognize that we feel the purifying actions taking place in our own bodies. That a lot of the suffering that has existed, not just for us, but for other sentient beings, has been down to the actions of our body, speech, and mind. We have thought, spoken, and acted wrongly when it has come to other beings. We have put our interests above theirs. We disrespected their needs. We were indifferent to theirs. That has caused harm to them, and because of that attitude, we have created negative seeds. But we recognize this now. And like the Guru, we regret that our actions have taken such a turn. But thanks to the Guru's love and compassion that is being transferred to us, we respect all sentient beings to be like us. Beings wanting to be free from suffering and its causes. And because we've done wrong in the past, we wish to right the wrong. And we want to be of benefit to those beings. So as we're being filled with more and more light and purifying essence, and our bodies are more and more cleansed, we can feel how we start to glow. And we start to exchange light back to the Guru. And as our body reaches capacity, we also exchange light with all other sentient beings, sharing unconditional love and the wish for all sentient beings to be free from suffering. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. And we go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called on all other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru smiles, and as the Guru smiles, the purifying essence intensifies, and more of negative karma and delusions, obscurations of the mind are being cleansed away. And again, we recognize that it has been due to the actions of our body, speech, and mind, represented by Om, that we have been kept in the cycle of samsaric existence. To liberate ourselves and other sentient beings, we need to transform our mind into the essence of the holy body, speech, and mind aspect of the Guru deity, also represented by Om. But in order to do that, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combining them in Om. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep on visualizing how we exchange ourselves with the Guru and with all other sentient beings. And as more and more sentient beings are being purified and begin to illuminate, the space becomes brighter and brighter, filled with the light of love and compassion, becoming one light, one compassionate mind stream, dispelling the darkness of ignorance and obscurations of the mind and negative karma, and filling the space with pure light, warmth, and love. recite the mantra a few times out loud, and then for about 10 minutes on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Mani padme hum, mani padme hum, mani padme hum. Having recognized our past actions, having caused harm through the unguided actions of body, speech, and mind, having caused suffering not just to ourselves but all sentient beings, having regretted those actions and having taken refuge in the Guru deity, having recognized all sentient beings to be like us, only wanting in existence to be free from suffering and enjoy the happiness that is free from suffering, having exchanged ourselves through the purifying actions of regret and shared love and compassion, and having recited many Mani mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as in a pure state, and maybe hold on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, for at least the duration of these prayers today, if we can, for longer, for days, weeks, months, lifetimes, if you're very accomplished. And before we recite the main Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, let's call on the Great Mother Tara to join us, and clear away any obstructions and obscuration that may come our way during the practice. If you visualize the Great Mother Tara, emerald green in color, in the space in front of us. By the way, the recitation of Tara has been recommended by His Holiness. So as we recite the Tara mantras, we not only dedicate this to the clearance of obscurations, but maybe also dedicate to the long life and well-being of His Holiness. So visualize Great Mother Tara in the space in front of us, emerald green in color, light emanating from her, and each light being finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings. Again, acknowledge that Om represents the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Great Mother Tara. Tara liberates us from samsara. Tara liberates us from the 8 fears of ignorance, hatred, attachment, pride, jealousy, wrong view, doubt, and miserliness. And Tara liberates us from disease and illnesses, both physical and mental. So we recite the mantra out loud a few times, and then rest on breath. We do 1 mala. Om Tare Tu Tare Tu Re Soha. 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 So having recited the Tara prayers, Mother Tara has come to our aid and cleared away any obstructions we may encounter during the practice. And we're very grateful for that. And we now call upon the guardians to join us. And those of you who wonder about the appearances and why would you want beings who look so ferocious and wrathful? We must remember that the guardians are there to protect us. And in the same way, a mother's face changes from a loving, kind face as long as we're doing the right things. The face structure can change very, very quickly to be very stern and, and very, very firm when we do things that put us at risk, put others at risks, and or when they jump into action to protect us from outside forces. So when we think about the guardians, we should embrace them as loyal family members who do their utmost to keep us and others safe from our actions. So we do Vajrayana, in which case we call on Vajrapani. May we visualize in the space in front of us a ferocious dark blue Vajrapani. His feet are stretched out, and he holds a Vajra in his right hand and a snake lasso in the left. And his body is ablaze with transcendental wisdom fire. And from his body I admitted fire garudas, iron scorpions, black pigs, wind, fire, noxious vapors of poisonous gases, which, like violent winds and hailstorms, destroy all disease, epidemics, spirits, harms, and interferers. If you listened to me before, you know what's coming. If you haven't listened to me before, to clarify the aspect of the interferer, as His Holiness always points out, we don't seek to destroy the being. That has very little benefit to the being. What we're trying to change is the negative root causes that trigger the being to act a certain way that is negative to other beings and retrospectively negative and harming to the being itself. So hence we want to modify that so that the actions become beneficial and that the being can escape whatever realm it's in to reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. So we're reciting the Vajrayana 7 times. And as we do, keep on visualizing how you put on a protective suit, either an armor, if you think going into battle with a pandemic or indifference, and or a surgical gown. Again, you're protecting yourselves from the environment that you're dealing with, a sick patient, so you don't pick up germs from the patient. And likewise, if we have made any omissions in the purification on our part, that we protect the patients from any impurities that they may carry. So when you put on the gown, be confident that you can do this battle with the pandemic, and that you can help the patients. So stand tall, stand strong, and remain focused. Om Vajapayam Madam Swari Pe Nibashining Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksu. Om Vajapayam Madam Swari Pe Nibashining Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksu. Om Vajapayam Vajapayam Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksu. Om Vajapayam Madam Swari Pe Nibashining Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksu. Om Vajapayam Madam Swari Pe Nibashining Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksu. Om Vajapayam Madam Swari Pe Nibashining Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksu. Om Vajapayam Madam Swari Pe Nibashining Tata Saurita Hanana Vajna Rakshaksu. So having put on the protective armor, maybe now call upon Black Manjushri to join the team. And again, why do we need more help? Well, in theatre you have the surgeon, his assistants, the anaesthetist, all the helping hands, the clean nurses, the dirty nurses. So in terms of if you understand the terms, if not, clean nurse is the one that has the sterile equipment, dirty the used equipment. Then you got all the cleaners and everybody else there to make sure that the operation can proceed in a safe manner. But if you think about it in terms of going to battle with a pandemic, what if you have a chink in your armor? You want to have a field medic with you. So when we recite the mantra, you can also then visualize maybe how you're rubbing healing ointment, into the wounds. So if you visualize Black Manjushri with a wrathful face and 3 eyes, his 2 hands hold a scripture in the left and a sword in the right. He is adorned with precious bone ornaments and stands in the midst of a mass of fire, and flames of clear light emanate from his heart, pervading inside and outside of our bodies and the bodies of all other mother sentient beings. And by doing so, purifying all negative karmas, obstructions, sickness, spirits, dangers, and burning away all black magic, curses, and so forth. So recite the mantra again 7 times, as I said. If you feel you want to apply like a healing ointment, you're more than welcome to do so. Om tam chu chu su du su du mi su ningola chakala chakam shantam pepe su om tam chu chu su du su mi su ningola chakala chakam shantam pepe su om tam chu chu su du mi su ningola chakala chakam shantam pepe su om tam chu chu su du mi su ningola chakala chakam shantam pepe su om tam chu chu su du mi su ningola chakala chakam shantam pepe su om tam chu chu su du mi su ningola chakala chakam shantam pepe su om tam chu chu su du mi su ningola chakala chakam shantam pepe su. So having purified ourselves, removed any obstructions, having put on a protective gown and Black Manjushri by our side as field medic, maybe now recite the main prayer of this evening, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. Let's have a look. Oh, we've got time. We should be able to do 7 recitation given the time that we got. So that's how we do. Okay. So with each recitation, keep on visualizing how through the power of your pure compassion and love, and through the strength of the prayer, the effects of the pandemic are being burned away, or the sick are being restored to good health. how those who've passed beyond are reborn in favorable conditions, how those who have suffered hardships by loss of income, accommodation, struggling for food, how they may give them whatever wealth is required for them to be restored to a life that is free from these sufferings, so that they may be able to take care of themselves and their family and their community at large, and live happily. May all disease that sad the minds of sentient beings that result from calm and temperate conditions, such as the hearts of gods, sinners, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interviews, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 disease, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini, stem of protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's bitterness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferes, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini, stem of protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's bitterness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and remains not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they've been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds interferes, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings they are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini, stem of protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's bitterness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini, stem of protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's bitterness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakini, stem of protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of God's bitterness and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and veins not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute chronic other epidemic diseases, near signs of whose names terrified beings, just so they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 clouds of interference, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So maybe visualize now the pandemic being burned away at its root, so that all the seeds that cause suffering have been annihilated. And please don't despair if you're looking at the world out there and you still think, oh, there's still some going on. Remember, a bit like a tree, if you cut the tree at the root and the trunk lies on the ground, although separated from the root, it does no longer get fed from the root. There's still maybe a little bit of sap left in the tree to keep the leaves green, and some of the fruit still growing. So that doesn't mean that the prayer hasn't been successful. So just stay positive and keep on engaging in the practice. Okay, if we do the dedications. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to all the sentient beings. May they have long and healthy lives, and may they be free from suffering and its causes, and may we be the ones to give them the happiness that is free from suffering and create the causes for them to be happy. May we dedicate to the benefit of the Sangha community, who has so diligently engaged in learnings and teachings, not just our own tradition, but all other traditions, and keeping the flame of the Dharma alive. May the Sangha community always be in the presence of virtuous friends and encounter the Dharma wherever they go. And may they help to spread the Dharma in all realms and dimensions. May they have long and healthy lives. And may we dedicate to the lay community who is supporting the Sangha by offering advice, guidance, time, and finances for charitable projects. May they all have long and healthy lives. May they be never far from the Dharma and virtuous friend. And may they always be part of a community and reach enlightenment as quickly as possible. And this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate to our precious gurus who have guided us on the path from the early first steps that we took to the practices that we're carrying out now, to guide us on the path to enlightenment and engage in practices for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May all our teachers be our virtuous friend in this and all future lifetimes. May they have long and healthy lives, and may they reach enlightenment, whatever realm they're in. I would dedicate in particular to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who after 62 years in exile, still is a beacon of great hope and compassion, and has brought the Dharma to the West, allowing us to engage in the beautiful practices. May His Holiness wishes swiftly fulfilled, and may His Holiness live a long and healthy life. May we never be separated from His presence in this and all future lifetimes. And may we see His Holiness one day return to Tibet to be amongst His people. May we also dedicate to Lama Zopa Rinpoche, whose great love and compassion for all sentient beings is well known, and whose wonderful guidance and advice for us to engage in this practice has allowed us to be of benefit to all sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life, and may he be our virtuous friend and guide in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of Bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow, may that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas, and the numbers sentient beings, may all war, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all danger of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last a long time, and all sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So just the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri rawe kowe shingam de pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Thangtong Gyalpo shape site badu thank you chi. Tub till shang jing yam gun go with tending gun pel we kun zo do po te chok song ke we le kun tu dru pa dak chok de je gun do shap ten shu. So we've got a few minutes spare. So if you think back to what we were saying at the beginning, the Patch Adams quote, if we are going to fight a disease, let's fight one of the most terrible diseases of all, indifference. And compassion teaches us that we shouldn't be, picking and choosing who we're going to save. I think the situation will determine who you save in what particular order. The one you're nearest to is probably easiest to fish out of the water than, if you can't swim, trying to swim across an ocean. So that should only be really the differentiating factor. What can you do at this particular time, in the frame of your skill. And I think it was a very, very interesting quote from Patch Adams, not just in the film, but also the way the real Patch Adams approaches life. Happiness, smile, laugh. The patient is not defined by its disease. And at least when somebody has, lost an arm, has mental health issues, has cancer, there's something we can put our finger on. But indifference, that is really something that we generate. And we should be really encompassing our beings and be compassionate towards them and have a willingness to help. And those of you who follow my little exchanges with Venerable Fabio, Begonia, and Paloma on a regular basis, and you may have listened last week as we were discussing the wonderful tunes of Mercedes Sosa. And my dear brother Venerable Fabio sent me a wonderful, wonderful link to one of Mercedes Sosa's songs that, for whatever reason, I wasn't aware of. And I put my hand up. I thought, how come I didn't know this one? And I think Fabio knows which one I'm referring to. I hope I pronounce it correctly. Solo le pido a Dios. Beautiful, beautiful song. And I hope the translation that I found do it some justice. But it's basically, I only ask God. I think you say ask God or pray God. Some say ask, some say pray. I only ask God that the pain is not indifferent to me, that the unfair is not indifferent to me, that war is not indifferent to me, that deception is not indifferent to me, that the future is not indifferent to me. We shouldn't be indifferent. We have a way of influence in the world we live in, not just for our benefit, but for the benefit of all other sentient beings. Only because we don't necessarily make it to the top, that doesn't mean we should wish others ill will, so that they don't get anywhere. Because we're in pain, we should be ignoring the pain of others. I think it's a beautiful song, and I'm really grateful for Fabio, to have sent me this lovely link, because as he said, there's so much truth and so much heart and soul in Mercedes Sosa's songs, and that those songs speak really of life, from her experience in life on so many different levels. And we can see that in so many different ways as well. You know, when we look at popular culture, we often ignore what it actually says. We just look at it from an entertainment value. But if you think about country and Western, it's often sort of, you know, hard life and this sort of stuff. So why don't we just acknowledge that? You know, but yeah, if you can, Mercedes Sosa, beautiful. But I thought, you know, the Patch Adams quote, and then, you know, the lyrics of Solo Lepido, they're just beautiful. They're just meant to meet each other. So I hope, you know, and in a way, you know, that that connection has been made today. So we can find Dharma in everyday appearances. It doesn't have to be just the scriptures. Yes, we learn from the scriptures, but, you know, engaging with Dharma, looking out for Dharma, you know, living it. You know, what is it? It's the difference between knowing the path and walking the path. You know, if we keep our eyes open, we still find our way. It's always good to know where we're going, sure. So we need that wisdom. But, you know, if we're open-minded and open-hearted, life can be so much better for all sentient beings out there. And on that note, I think I stop. And then over to our wonderful Spanish and Latino family out there. Oh God. So we got Fabio.
Hello.
Hello, Fabio. Hello, Begonia. How are you?
Hi,
Lovely to see you. Who else is with you?
nice to see
Paloma.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah.
So, hello, Colombia, Mexico. Who else is there? Argentina, I guess we have out there. Who else have we got? You know, all you wonderful people. So this becomes a culture event as well. So
Yes.
thank you, Fabio.
No, thank you to you. Yes, we can find Dharma everywhere, brother. Everywhere.
Yeah.
Every song, every situation, it's amazing.
Yes. It's and I think that's once we start to open our eyes, it's much easier for us to connect here.
That's the
What
point.
do you think?
Nice, yes.
You know, because otherwise it just remains an abstract. But yeah, thank you for sending me that. I really, I can't believe I've never heard this particular song before.
Oh,
and
no, but thanks to you, because you mentioned the previous song, the Kyabje Lama Zopa.
Kyabje, yeah,
a wonderful song.
Yes, I mean, there's so much, you know, as you said, you know, she has lived that life. She has gone through so many levels of suffering and so many, you know, and again, yet there's so much warmth, and love, you know, in her music. So yeah, thank you very much. You know, so
you're welcome. Thanks to you.
Hand over to you. No, you know, I just keep it to the questionable English translations. Anyway.
Very nice.
All right. Love to you all. You guys take care. Bye-bye, everyone. See you next week. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Hablábamos de... Bueno, buenas noches. Hoy somos mayoría española.
Oye, que no me he enterado.
Es que van a montar como un programa de radio de música, ¿sabes? Estos dos.
No, de música no, de Dharma, Paloma, estaba hablando de Dharma, porque las canciones, estábamos hablando porque la semana pasada él, por su cuenta, puso, o mencionó, no me acuerdo, la canción de Mercedes Sosa de Cambia, todo cambia, que si te fijas en la letra, pues habla mucho del cambio, de la impermanencia y tal. Y luego yo, por Facebook, le mencioné que hay otra, que es la de también de Mercedes Sosa, que es la de Solo le pido a Dios, y la de esa, fundamentalmente esa, y se la mandé y se ve que le ha gustado y la ha traducido al inglés, y ahora comentaba que la letra es también como muy dármica, con muchas cuestiones, que la verdad es que esa mujer, esa cantante, tiene una historia de vida increíble, de sufrimiento y de redescubrimiento, porque encontró en la espiritualidad cristiana, en este caso, pues como una manera, ¿no?, bueno, pues de sacar todo eso, y de ahí esas canciones que si las escuchas son increíbles. Esa voz además que tiene tan impresionante, esa mujer hace todo, ¿no? Y lo estaba mencionando, que en todo hay Dharma, no solo en el rezo, decía, no solo en las oraciones, en todo hay Dharma, hasta en las canciones.
Pues sí. Ay, qué cansadita estoy. Oye, ¿os dais cuenta de que vamos a dormir 1 hora menos?
Sí, sí, lo sabemos.
Estoy agobiada. Agobiada total.
Menos. Pero
Porque
bueno,
estoy
enseguida
cansada.
nos acostumbraremos, vamos, espero a eso, porque es un rollo.
Pero mañana va a ser un poco duro, la verdad.
Sí, porque los primeros días se nota mucho, esa es la verdad.
Primeros días se nota barbaridad, una barbaridad. Pero bueno, ¿qué vamos a hacer? A ver si nos dejan ya de esta historia y ya deciden una hora y la dejan todo el año. Si es que de verdad...
No sé, dicen que no.
Y de verdad está bueno esto como cambiar. Es que nos descontrolan, ¿eh?
Bueno, pues para no descontrolarnos vamos a empezar. Vamos a seguir en la oración de Thangtong Gyalpo que se lleva haciendo todo el día. Así es que, bueno, buenas noches a las venerables que están aquí. A venerable Paloma, venerable Begoña. Y a la gente que está en YouTube, pues si estáis en España, buenas noches también. Y buenas tardes si estáis en México y Colombia o cualquier otro lugar. Si os parece, empezamos haciendo unos minutos de motivación, generando la motivación adecuada, una motivación lo más altruista posible, lo más positiva posible, pensando en el sufrimiento de todos los seres, no solo a causa de la pandemia, que es lo que nos está ahora arrasando, sino cualquier tipo de sufrimiento, las personas y seres que están en este momento falleciendo o que están enfermos en hospitales o en sus casas o que están padeciendo una situación difícil. Podemos incluso visualizarlos para reforzar esa motivación. A nuestra derecha visualizamos a nuestro Padre, a nuestra izquierda a nuestra Madre, a nuestra espalda a los seres más queridos, más cercanos, frente a nosotros las personas que nos agitan o lo hicieron en el pasado. Ahora no nos preocupamos de eso, sencillamente las situamos ahí. Y alrededor todos los seres, todos esos seres que están pasándolo mal, que están sufriendo, incluye aquellos que conozcas, por los que quieras rezar, y los visualizas ahí, estando muy cerquita de ti, a tu alrededor, junto con el resto de seres, procurando que ninguno quede fuera. Abarcamos con nuestra motivación a todos los seres. Y sentimos que vamos a hacer, que estamos haciendo esta práctica por ellos. Los que están, los que ya no están, los humanos, los no humanos, los visibles, los invisibles, los que nos caen bien, los que no nos caen tan bien, por todos. Y al mismo tiempo nos sentimos muy alegres, muy contentos de poder estar haciendo esto, de dedicar un día más, un sábado más, gracias a la bondad de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, dedicarnos a acumular méritos durante un rato. Esa es la bondad del Gurú, utiliza cualquier situación para reunirnos y que acumulemos mérito a través de la práctica. En el espacio por encima de ti y de todos esos seres aparece Guru Avalokitesvara en el aspecto que te sea más cómodo visualizar. 4 brazos, 1000 brazos, sentado o de pie, como te sea más cómodo, pero sintiendo que es inseparable de nuestros maestros, en especial de su santidad el Dalai Lama, de Lama Zopa Rinpoche, de tus propios maestros personales. Con su cuerpo irradia, o de su cuerpo irradia una gran cantidad de luz y néctar, con los que baña todas las direcciones del espacio, y a ti y a todos los seres que te rodean. Sentimos que la esencia de ese néctar son todas las cualidades sagradas que surgen de su cuerpo, palabra y mente y que activan nuestras propias cualidades búdicas, nuestro propio potencial búdico y el de todos los demás. Esa luz activa y despierta una paciencia, una generosidad, un perdón, una sabiduría y una compasión supremas en nuestra mente. Y como esas, un montón de cualidades más. Medita así unos momentos, sintiéndolo con fuerza. Esa luz llena nuestras casas, nuestros espacios, nuestros centros, los hospitales, las clínicas, los lugares en los que hay sufrimiento, aliviándolo totalmente. Esa luz llena a nuestros padres que están a nuestros lados, a nuestros seres queridos, los que eran nuestros enemigos y resto de seres, especialmente los de los reinos inferiores, aliviando su sufrimiento totalmente. La mirada de Chenrezig en el espacio frente a ti es muy cálida y te sonríe. Esa sonrisa representa que te conoce exactamente tal cual eres, lo que necesitas, tus logros, tus faltas, y te acepta tal cual eres, tal cual somos. Y lo mismo hace con el resto de seres. Sintiendo eso, que estamos frente a la energía protectora, similar a la de un padre o una madre, tomamos refugio en las tres joyas, poniéndonos bajo el amparo de Chenrezig y de todos los Budas, todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Todos los seres vastos como el espacio y yo mismo, desde ahora hasta que alcancemos la esencia de la budeidad suprema. Buscamos refugio en los maestros puros y gloriosos, buscamos refugio en los victoriosos Budas perfectos, buscamos refugio en el Dharma puro, buscamos refugio en la Sangha superior. Tomamos refugio en la asamblea de maestros espirituales, las deidades de meditación y las dakinis. Tomamos refugio en la claridad vacía de nuestra propia mente, el Dharmakaya. Recitamos unos minutos el mantra sintiendo que el sonido, la vibración del mantra, aumenta aún más el poder de esa luz y de ese néctar que provienen de Guru Avalokitesvara, dándonos a cada uno lo que necesitemos, a nivel mental, a nivel espiritual, solventando cualquier carencia o dificultad, y en especial nos centramos en visualizar que Guru Chenrezig se lleva consigo a todos los seres que han fallecido y los conduce a su tierra pura en donde alcanzan la iluminación, sana a los enfermos, da trabajo a los que lo han perdido, y así sucesivamente. A cada ser le da lo que necesita. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Hacemos la primera recitación de la oración. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos, que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Ofrecemos esta primera recitación por todas las personas fallecidas a causa del COVID o por cualquier otro motivo y pedimos de corazón que puedan obtener un perfecto renacimiento humano, que se encuentren con el Dharma, con el Guru Mahayana perfectamente cualificado y que alcancen muy pronto ellos mismos la iluminación, el estado de Guru Avalokitesvara. Pedimos así de corazón por todos nuestros seres queridos o conocidos que hayan fallecido, no importa el tiempo que haga. Aprovecha y reza por ellos y dedica por ellos tus méritos. Y hacemos la segunda recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Que puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida, una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma, y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, que puedan todas esas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Dedicamos esta segunda recitación del mantra a todos los enfermos que están en sus casas o en hospitales a causa del coronavirus o de cualquier otra enfermedad, también a los sanitarios que los cuidan para que tengan luz, para que tengan fuerza, y visualizamos mientras recitamos el mantra que la luz de Chenrezig les concede todo eso. Salud a los enfermos y energía a los que los cuidan. Om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum, om mani padme hum. Om mani. Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Tercera recitación. Puedan todas las enfermedades que afligen la mente de los seres y son producto del karma y condiciones temporales, tales como el mal infligido por espíritus, las enfermedades y los elementos, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los sufrimientos que provienen de enfermedades que amenazan la vida, como el carnicero llevando un animal al matadero, que separan el cuerpo del espíritu en un solo instante, no volver a aparecer en los reinos del mundo. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser tocados más por enfermedades agudas, crónicas o infecciosas, cuyo solo nombre aterroriza a los seres como si los colocaran en la boca de llama el Señor de la muerte. Puedan todos los seres encarnados no ser más afectados por los 84.000 seres que interfieren, por los 360 espíritus malignos que atormentan de repente, por las 424 enfermedades, etc. Puedan todos los sufrimientos provenientes de los desarreglos de los 4 elementos que privan al cuerpo y mente de todo placer, pacificarse totalmente y pueda el cuerpo y la mente tener luz y fuerza, gozar de una larga vida y una buena salud y bienestar. Por la compasión de los maestros y de las 3 joyas, el poder de las dakinis, los guardianes y protectores del Dharma y por la fuerza infalible del karma y de sus resultados, puedan todas estas dedicaciones y plegarias ser atendidas desde el momento en que son pronunciadas. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. 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 Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Esta recitación la dedicamos por todas las personas que han perdido sus trabajos, que están en dificultades económicas o sociales, de marginalidad, para que se vean libres de todas esas adversidades, que pronto puedan encontrar y volver a sus trabajos y recuperar lo que han perdido. Visualizamos que Chenrezig en el espacio frente a nosotros está muy complacido con nuestra práctica, que nos mira y nos sonríe, y de su cuerpo surgen innumerables réplicas que se disuelven en todos los seres. Y él mismo se disuelve en nosotros, concediéndonos y activando todas nuestras cualidades internas, sabiduría, compasión, etc. Y en especial nos concede el estado libre de aferramiento al yo, el estado que no se aferra al yo, la mente que no se aferra al yo, que es la causa raíz de todos los conflictos, problemas, insatisfacciones. Un yo que nunca tiene bastante, un yo que nunca cesa en sus exigencias, un yo que se cree autónomo, inherente, autoexistente, intrínseco. Imaginamos que quedamos libres de esa visión errónea por la fuerza de las bendiciones de Chenrezig. Y desde ese estado pedimos que nuestros maestros, que son Chenrezig mismo, estén libres de cualquier tipo de obstáculo. Pedimos que tengan una vida muy larga, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas, en especial su santidad el Dalai Lama. La leemos en español porque hoy no vamos con bien de tiempo. Joya que concedes y colmas los deseos, fuente de todo beneficio y felicidad en este mundo. A ti de bondad incomparable, Tenzin Gyatso, te suplico que todos tus sagrados deseos se cumplan espontáneamente. Pedimos lo mismo para Lama Zopa Rinpoche, que podamos ir muy pronto a sus enseñanzas de manera presencial, que pueda Rinpoche viajar muy pronto y venir a nuestros países como siempre hace, bendiciéndonos, guiándonos, dándonos sus preciosas enseñanzas, y muy en especial que podamos ser capaces de seguir exactamente el consejo que él nos da como practicantes individuales y como centros. Posees la ética del sabio y sostienes la doctrina del victorioso Manjushri. Protegiéndola y extendiéndola, actúas soportándolo todo con firmeza. Realizas con maestría oraciones magníficas que honran a las tres joyas. Eres mi protector y el de los demás discípulos. Ruego que tengas una larga vida. Y para dedicar los méritos, si las venerables quieren añadir alguna dedicación, por ejemplo, Begoña.
Bueno, pues para que termine esta pandemia y que para ello y para poder controlarla, que lleguen las vacunas a su tiempo y que se acelere la vacunación en todas las comunidades autónomas de España y que pronto pues tengamos la posibilidad de poder vernos y poder salir con más tranquilidad y sin tanto miedo al contagio.
Muy bien. ¿Y Paloma?
Sí, incluimos a todos los seres, por supuesto. Pensemos especialmente en la situación tan extrema que están experimentando tantos en los campos de refugiados, así como los inmigrantes, ya sea por el mar o los que están intentando llegar a Estados Unidos desde sus países, que realmente están francamente mal. Entonces, que podamos practicar con una ética muy, muy pura, con un buen corazón, y que de esta forma dejemos de crear causas para todas estas desequilibrios y sufrimientos que experimentamos.
Muy bien. Y bueno, pues estáis siguiendo por YouTube esta oración, esta recitación. Por unos momentos piensa en aquellas personas y situaciones por las que quieras dedicar, fallecidos, enfermos, dificultades, y les ofreces tus méritos, todo tu potencial positivo creado. Chancho semen chorin poche ma ge pa nam ge gyurchi ye pa nyam pa me pa nyan go ne gondu pel wara so ge wa di ji nyu du da lama san ge dru yu ne dro wa chi kyan ma lu pa Deji Salago Paso.
Molto bene.
Muy bien, pues muchísimas gracias a todo el mundo.
Oye, mañana cambian la hora, ¿eh?
Sí, adelanta.
Cuando sean las 2 serán las 3, así que vamos a dormir una hora menos. ¡Ah, qué horror!
Yo alguna menos, que tomo preceptos, o sea que todavía menos.
Ay, madre mía. Bueno, pues nada, que lo paséis bien.
Muchas gracias.
Dancho, mamma mía, again.
Again and again, Dancho.
How many sessions you did today?
I'm not counting. I'm not counting. Counting would be ego.
Yeah,
I can count if I go to the schedule, but I don't. Mamma mia.
We did have a gap, so I wasn't sure whether somebody hadn't booked, so I wasn't sure whether somebody was kicking in. So I thought I'd make myself available. Hello, Chenrezig Institute.
In which part of UK you live?
South Coast. I'm about an hour from Brighton. I'm in Eastbourne.
Ale, from Eastbourne.
¿Qué? ¿Perdona?
Que vive por la zona de Eastbourne. Steve, the director of Nagarjuna Center, he's from Eastbourne. His family is there.
No.
Yes, yes.
¿Dónde es eso?
Donde viven los padres de Steve, Eastbourne, en Inglaterra.
Mira.
That's a very small world.
Yes, I know. I've been there. I've been there, and yes, he's from that part. Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, wow. Excellent.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're hoping to open up to the general public again on the 12th of April. Fingers crossed.
Wow,
so we're still a little bit in restrictions, but that is life. It's the UK always had a different karma, and obstacles to overcome. But there you go.
Wow. Brazil is crazy. Brazil is
yes.
So many 2,400 or something like that die today. Mamma mia.
Terrible.
Anyway, thank you for your curiosity in the Dharma.
Thank you, everybody.
And
thank you a lot.
Thank you, everyone.
Adiós, chicos.
Chicos, cuidaros.
Adiós, Fabioski.
Adiós, hasta luego. Cuidaos.
Chao.
Fabio, I need a new song for next week.
Yeah.
Fabio, ¿le podemos enviar alguna de estas de Lola y Manuel, de las emociones fuertes? We will send you something. Okay.
Yes, I heard you already say you mentioned it was more like a radio show.
I have one very good one. Sorry, Fabio, ¿estás ahí todavía?
Sí.
Paquita no está. There is one Mexican woman, Paquita, la del barrio. Her something.
Paquita?
Just all the time talking about men, but putting them very down, very, very down.
Well, sometimes we need to be put in our place.
This is incredible.
She's wrathful.
Ciao.
Take care, love. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello,
Bye.
Lovely to see you all. Hello. Hello.
Hello, Venerable Damcho. Welcome
How are you?
again.
Are you here to take over? Are you here to be my moral support?
I'm just sitting behind the computer, Zoom.
That's one excuse. No, I was wondering. I thought oh yeah. Then I looked. It's quite early over Yuan still, isn't it? Was it?
Venerable Chokila coming soon.
Yeah,
after
don't
you,
worry.
if you can leave.
I wasn't expecting. I mean, Chokila does a lot of. She always makes herself available. So yeah,
she's coming in half an hour.
That's quite all right. I didn't want to expect that she was there. It's just wonderful to connect anywhere when the opportunities are there. So yes, you're keeping well, and everything's good.
Very good.
And
thank
always
you.
smiling. Didn't you stay at Jamyang in London for a while?
Yes, we met there, but I was not a nun that time.
Oh, well, life changes,
Yeah, but we met there. Yeah.
I hope we got on. I hope I wasn't mean. No, lovely. So, but yeah, I hope you're having a wonderful time at Chenrezig Institute.
Yes, it's beautiful. Yeah.
And you're in good hands there. Yes.
Well, yeah.
But have you seen the figures, the rough calculations on the on how many Mani mantras we may have said within those 35 weeks?
Sorry, I didn't understand question.
You know, since we started prayerathon, it's 35
Yes.
weeks now.
Yes.
So 35 days recitations effectively. And we've done approximately 1.36 million Mani recitations,
Wow.
just from the lead's point of view, and over 5,000 refuge prayers and motivations. And so it's just wonderful. You know, if you put figures to it, it's quite nice. You go like, oh, that doesn't sound much. And then you suddenly see the Manis. I think it would be 12,000, if I recall, was 12,600 malas of Manis. And then, of course, all the Tara prayers that we haven't really counted, you know?
Yes.
So it's an incredible number. It's an incredible,
Amazing.
plus all the recitations that people do when they follow us online. So I better crack on. Chukila is coming soon.
Coming soon. Okay, thank you so much, Venerable.
Make sure she has a nice cup of tea.
Yes, I will make sure.
Oh, thank you very much. Thanks for
Thank
hosting.
you. Bye.
Good evening, everyone. Yeah, if you see me again, you go like, no, it's not deja vu. Just, you know, what else would I do with my time? No, seriously, joking aside, welcome back. It's, yeah, we had a little gap, so it's, you know, that it's always nice to be able to help out. So it's wonderful also to catch up with all the wonderful people who make this prayerathon possible. It's not just us on you see on screen. There's also the wonderful people at Chenrezig Institute who host us so diligently, week in, week out. You know, making sure 24-hour cover for the tech side. You know, for YouTube and Zoom is provided. So these incredible individuals who keep us on air really get a massive dose of downright merit. So, you know, bless them all. Thank you very much, Chenrezig. But it's also the people who, you know, in the admin and who design the flyers that went out, and you know, keeping everything sort of up to date, and you know, everybody in the office who's involved. So there's so many incredible beings involved. So you know, it's not just the faces you see on screen. So thank everybody who we don't see necessarily on face-to-face on YouTube or Zoom. But thanks for listening, and thanks for everybody if you're listening to us in groups, you know, for coming together and joining these wonderful sessions. So we've got about 20 minutes left, so I don't really want to waste too much time. So we keep it quite sweet and simple with a short meditation. Just take a few deep breaths. And just settle the mind, particularly as I'm sort of a fast talker, then, you know, pushes the heartbeat up. And just to set our motivation before we start the actual practice, let's recite a couple of verses from the King of Prayers. May I ease the sufferings in the lower realms and in the many directions and dimensions of the universe. May I guide all wanderers in samsara to the pure bliss of awakening and be of worldly benefit to them as well. May I always have the friendship of those whose path is like mine, and with body, words, and also mind, may we practice together in the same aspirations and activities. May I always meet a spiritual mentor, may never displease that excellent friend who deeply wishes to help me and expertly teaches the Bodhisattva way. Limitless is the end of space, likewise limitless are living beings, thus limitless are karma and afflictions. May my aspirations reach be limitless as well. So having set ourselves up in a bodhicitta fashion and recognize the community with whom we engage and with whom we practice, maybe now visualize in the space in front of us our guru in the aspect of Chenrezig. If you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. If not, just visualize the deity in space in front of you or above the crown of your head. And those of you from other faith or spiritual orientations, associate either visualize the deity closest associated with love and compassion, or just the light filled with love and compassion in the space in front of you above the crown of your head. And let's visualize how light emanates from the Guru in all 10 directions. And these light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, filling them indiscriminately with love and compassion and purifying light, essence and nectar to cleanse away all negative karma and obscurations of the mind of all past lifetimes. And we recognize that it's through the actions of our body, speech and mind we have created the causes for others to suffer, and then in return, from having generated negative karma ourselves, we ourselves have suffered. But like all the other sentient beings, we do not wish to suffer. We wish to be happy, we wish to be healthy. We just wish to get on, with our lives and enjoy, people's company without conflict. So we regret our actions of past lifetimes. And by recognizing that we're not that different to other sentient beings, we call upon those beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru. All sentient beings, my mother who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Guru, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the assembly to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the Guru smiles. And as the Guru smiles, the purifying essence and light nectar that enters our bodies intensifies. And we feel more and more of the negative karma and delusions are being cleansed away, burned away, atom by atom, and the space between those atoms. And again, remember, it was through the actions of body, speech, and mind represented in Om that we have been kept in samsara. We aim to now be of benefit to all sentient beings and achieve the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity, also represented by Om. We recognize that we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combining them in Om to be of maximum benefit to all other sentient beings. So as we recite the Mani mantra, we keep that in mind and keep exchanging light with the Guru. And as we fill our bodies totally with light, we not only exchange our light with the Guru, but also with all other sentient beings to be of benefit to them, provide them with love, compassion, and healing essence. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Having shown regret for our past actions, having to have caused harm to other sentient beings, having called other sentient beings to join us in taking refuge in the good deity, having been purified through the great love and compassion of the Guru and the power of regret, and having recited many, many Mani mantras, may we visualize ourselves now as purified in the aspect of holy body, speech, and mind, and holding on to that pure state for as long as we possibly can, at least for the duration of these prayers, so that we may be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings. May we recite now the main Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer, liberating Sakya from disease. And as we recite this prayer, we recite it 3 times. Keep on visualizing how you exchange yourself with all other sentient beings, so that they may be healed and liberated from suffering, and how through the power of love, compassion, and the power of this prayer, all the causes of suffering, not just the pandemic, are being burned away, how the seeds of the sources of sufferings are burned away. Why are the seeds? Because the seeds give rise to new suffering. So it's not just good trimming the hedges. So we want to really rip out the root causes of all suffering. May all disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grasp, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease that's had in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as harms of grasp, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whenever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So one more, and really from the bottom of your heart, and with the deepest wish for all sentient beings to be freed from suffering, and with the deepest wish of all sources of suffering to be eradicated, and its root causes. So we recite this prayer one more time. May all the diseases that tear in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings now, due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. May the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So having recited the prayer, now we visualize how the pandemic has stopped. Don't despair if you go out and you think, oh, well, I seem to be seeing something. Again, if you cut a tree down by, separate the trunk from the root, the tree might be lying there, but there's still just enough sap in the tree, to have, the leaves may be still showing green for a while. So, but that is not the same as actually feeding off the root. So, we would just make sure we tidy up. So we carry on doing the recitation, make sure we clear away whatever we can, the obstructions that may be left behind. So, keep on remaining positive. Think about, where we've been a year ago when pandemic hit the world, when we didn't know how to treat patients, effectively, the learning curve that has come through, and how, vaccines have been developed and have now been rolled out, and more vaccines are joining. So there's been a tremendous effort around the world. And, it's worthwhile remembering that, even in the desert, water can be found. It might seem sometimes like, oh, is it worth it? Well, yeah, keep going. If we give up, what was the point? So stay positive and be compassionate to all sentient beings. And, as, if you followed me, I don't know whether you followed me in a recent session before, but I was quoting something from Patch Adams' beautiful film. There's a lovely quote at the end. And although we're here, trying to tackle the disease that is COVID suffering, and in the film, Robin Williams, who played the real-life Patch Adams, he says, if we are going to fight a disease, let's fight one of the most terrible diseases of all, indifference. Be compassionate to all. Be compassionate to their pain. Be compassionate to suffering. Don't just focus on negatives. Focus also on the good and the beautiful, and how we all can shape this world to make it a better place for all of us. So may we dedicate wholeheartedly to the benefit of all other sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the ones who enable them to be free from suffering and give them the causes to be happy. May we dedicate to the Sangha community and our precious teachers. May they all have long and healthy lives. And may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we never be separated from the Dharma and our virtuous friends. And this in all future lifetimes. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the precious lay community supporting the Sangha so wholeheartedly, and with giving their time, expertise, and for the larger projects also, funding, fundraisers, etc. May they all have long and healthy lives. May they never be separated from the Dharma and the Sangha community. And may they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible in this and all future lifetimes. May we dedicate particularly to His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama, who's existing in exile and has brought the Dharma to the West. And like a great shining beacon of compassion Encourage the world to focus on dialogue rather than violence. May His Holiness' wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may His Holiness live a long and healthy life. May we always benefit from His guidance in this and all future lifetimes, and may we see His Holiness one day return to Tibet to be amongst His people. We have dedicated Lama Zopa Rinpoche for instructing us through his great wisdom to engage in this beautiful practice of Thangtong Gyalpo for the benefit of all mother sentient beings. May Lama Zopa's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may he live a long and healthy life. And may we be benefiting from his presence in this and all future lifetimes. Due to all the merits of these virtuous actions, may quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha, and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow, and may that which has arisen not diminish, but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddha, sent the numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numbers sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So we have time for the long life prayer of His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangrira we kwe shingande pendante wa malu chungwene Chenrezig Wanden Gyatso Yi Shape Site Bodu Tengyo Hochi Lama Zopa Tupzo Shang Xin Yam Gun Kelwe Tenzing Kun Pelwe Kun Sodok Potse Chok Tom Kewe Leg Moon Tudru Padak Sok Je Gundu Shapten Sho. Thank you very much for everyone who joined me in this session. And if you joined us in previous sessions, thank you very much for staying on. If you're carrying on for a couple of more sessions this evening, either watching us live or as a recording, may benefit from all the sessions that we provide. And if you're struggling really, beyond what we can offer you here, don't be afraid. It's difficult times out there to seek the help of your doctors or Lifeline, whatever service are available to you. We're living in extraordinary times, very turbulent times. So don't sit there, suffer in silence. Use whatever's available to you to lighten the burden of that suffering. And most importantly, don't make any rush, permanent decision to temporary problems. Look after yourself out there. While we're waiting for Venerable Chökyi to join us, while we were talking about indifference just earlier, or just now with the Patch Adams chord, if you missed the chat I had with our Spanish contingent, Mercedes Sosa, a beautiful artist that I occasionally sort of quote, because there's some real heart and soul and truth in her songs. And Venerable Fabio kindly pointed out a song that I hadn't been familiar with, actually I haven't heard before, strangely enough. It was called Solo Le Pido a Dios. And in it she really says, I only asked that the pain is not indifferent to me, that the unfairness is not indifferent to me, that war is not indifferent to me, that deception is not different to me, that the future is not indifferent to me. So we have many aspects in that song that also reflect on the Dharma. And we have a choice. We have choices that we can use to influence not just our own attitudes, but also the environment that we're in. So, you know, it's a beautiful, beautiful tune. And, you know, Dharma can be found in so many ways. You know, it's if we listen, as Milarepa says, even the most beautiful tune is nothing but a sound to those who cannot hear the truth. If we open our hearts and open our ears and open our eyes, there's so much to rejoice about and so much that we can take away. So let me just check. Chenrezig, hello, hello, hello. Any news on Venerable Chökyi? Oh, bless. She's sitting there in silence, enjoying a cup of tea in the sunlight. How are you?
Am I topping and tailing with you?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, yeah, I just filled a little gap and I didn't see you on screen. I thought maybe you're having a nice cup of tea.
Oh, well, we were playing around with the technology, actually.
You know, technology, your friend, isn't it? Sometimes makes life much more complicated.
It's our friend, you know, for the whole prayer-a-thon, actually.
Yes.
So I'll see you at the other end, so to speak.
Oh, so yes. So yeah, see you. Let's have a look. I see you later because let me just check who's taking over.
Oh, maybe Palyang.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Palyang is taking over, and I think I join again at. Yeah, you're taking over, and then I take over, and then we go in the middle.
You're doing the late night shift over there in London. Bye.
Oh, bless you. Lots of love. Take care. See you later. Bye-bye.
So, yes, brilliant sunny morning here at Chenrezig. We just had to juggle the setup because I was being blinded by the light, which is, I have to say, a joy after all the rain we've been having. So, you know, here, as Rinpoche says, setting our motivation here being early morning, reasonably, not early morning, but it's morning, good morning. And as Rinpoche says, at the beginning of each day, after you open your eyes until enlightenment is achieved and until death, and especially today, so that all your activities are body, speech, and mind, hearing, thinking, meditating, walking, sitting, sleeping, doing your job, this prayer-a-thon, that's our job for these 24 hours every week. Do not become the causes of suffering and instead become the causes of happiness. We really, you know, follow Rinpoche's instruction that this will happen. And especially they become causes to achieve Buddhahood, transforming them into a method to accomplish benefit and happiness for all sentient beings. Transforming the mind into the holy Dharma, the Dharma into the path, and the path to be without obstacles for the benefit of all. So we can keep in mind that a year ago, I think it was when, oh no, it wasn't a year ago when Rinpoche gave the instructions for the prayer-a-thon. Sorry, it was 9 months or so. Rinpoche gave the instruction to, you know, pacify, to our contribution to pacifying this pandemic. Of course, we're not the scientists inventing vaccines, we're not the medics at the front line, we're not any of the frontliners. However, you know, long-term, pacifying the afflictions that cause these diseases in the world, our collective karma in the world, you know, so contributing in a way that we can. I was just having a conversation with Venerable Pende, who, you know, did a session yesterday, and how wonderful it is having this international connection, you know, every week. And as Venerable Pende does the practice every day, you know, as well in his room. And maybe we can also keep in mind his dear brother Peter, who after many years of illness passed away on Friday. Pende said, I think he's covered. You know, he had, you know, sort of advice from Rinpoche and Geshe Sutrimla, and of course he's the monk who helped set up Karuna, and so does the death cafe here. So he's done all the prayers for the time of death, and we have Medicine Buddha today here. So yeah, So offering like that. And of course, all of those who've so far in the world lost their lives to this vicious virus. But of course, all the other beings who've lost their lives, particularly those in the last 49 days, you know, who have lost their lives. And, you know, holding them in our hearts and in our prayers as they perhaps are in the intermediate state between this life and the next. Okay. So with that motivation, turning to the practice of the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating the Sakya from the disease, from this pandemic, any pandemic, every disease, every chronic disease. You know, I've just finished myself the physical rehabilitation program at the hospital, and well, not finished, but finished the hardcore one, so to speak. And then on Friday, we're having a session on averting chronic disease. The bits, not the bits we have no power over, but the bits we have power over. Like yesterday, I went down to Brisbane to see our dear sister Venerable Tongni, who is now living in Brisbane. It's got too challenging for her to live here at in our nuns community. And of course, she's missing her dear Sangha sisters and brothers. So we went down to see her, and just a reminder to, you know, sort of keep that, keep those visits going. It's a win-win for all of us, keeping this connection. So that was, and of course, going to Brisbane, I thought, I'll just go and buy some masks without thinking. I've hit Brisbane where, you know, there's a few more cases of COVID. Nothing compared to, you know, UK, US, India, Brazil, so forth. Nothing compared, and rest of Europe. But, you know, you can't get a mask in Brisbane. I thought, that's silly. I'll just go back to the Sunshine Coast. There's plenty up here. Yeah, anyway. So holding all those suffering, body, speech, and mind in our hearts. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So we can visualize all our kind mother sentient beings, mothers of this life, past lives, future lives, many times, hold them all in our hearts, and visualizing that and having that connection with them, that they're arising in human form, alive, you know, around us on every atom of space, filling up the whole of space, and that they're engaging in this practice with us, and then making this a very vast and expansive practice for our minds, holding all those dear to us, and engaging in this practice to provide infinite benefit for living beings. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So we can therefore visualize in the space in front, you know, the whole field of merit of all the lineage lamas and so forth, of the vast, you know, surrounding Lord Maitreya, and the profound surrounding Buddha Manjushri. And so all the lineages, all our gurus and so forth, or simply visualizing arising in this form of Shakyamuni Buddha, the Buddha we have this connection with, who turned the wheel of Dharma in this world for the benefit of us. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So resting your mind in that vast, spacious awareness, thinking, connecting with your Buddha nature, which ultimately arises as the truth body, or all the bodies simultaneously of a Buddha. Once we've purified our minds and completely perfected all the perfect qualities of the mind, and have attained the omniscience of a Buddha, removing all the veils of our obscurations. In that vast space, like removing all the clouds from the sky on a brilliant sunny day. Like today, we've got the brilliant sun here. So like that, your mind vast as space, clarity, luminosity, awareness. Simply aware. And from that vast, infinite clarity of your own mind, we can generate vast altruism, caring concern, loving kindness for all our kind mother sentient beings, for all those dear to us who are suffering. We can't bear to see the suffering, and extending that out from ourselves to those who are dear to all the beings surrounding us, every atom of space, visualizing above your crown and theirs an emanation of all that is pure, great compassion, altruistic mind, bodhicitta, the mind of enlightenment, the awakening mind of a Buddha. So if you're familiar with the Buddha Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara, Kuan Yin, Canon, as he or she is an emanation of that, all the compassion of all the Buddhas arising in this whichever form is meaningful for you, above the crown of your head and above the crown of all the other beings around you, and the nature of pure, radiant light, healing energy, that as we recite the mantra of compassion, Om Mani Padme Hum, descends through your crown and their crown simultaneously, blessing body, speech, and mind, but particularly healing any and pacifying any diseases, anything we're holding on to, any harm we've done on the basis of our body that we're holding on to, any disturbances to the mind, completely pacified, completely healed by this powerful energy of the mantra of compassion, generating that in the world. Think of the huge Mani prayer wheel we have down here on the prayer wheel lawn. And last time Rinpoche was here and giving a wonderful teaching down there, and turning this wheel, turning these prayers into the environment. So I believe that we can transform our inner and outer environment by the power of our practice, by protecting our mind through mantra. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. So then, visualizing the being, this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown and the crown of all sentient beings, it dissolves down into a concentrated orb of altruistic compassion, of light, which descends through your crown, their crown, melts down like snowflakes melting, cooling the mind, comes to sit at the heart chakra at the center of your chest, the precious jewel, mani, of compassion. Always think of the bleeding heart of Jesus Christ. I never, as a child, I sort of don't think I ever quite got it, but now I get it. Thinking, yeah, the actual caring concern of compassion, the compassionate heart, holding that to cultivate, to grow. It's our connection one-to-one to all these other kind mother sentient beings. Holding those dear in our heart as we recite the actual prayer, liberating the Sakya from disease, from the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the dharma protectors, and the guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interference, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus, by the compassion of our gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors, and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled immediately. So further dedications for this session. Sealing, all our merits. May the precious supreme bodhicitta not yet born arise. May that arisen not decline, but increase more and more. Due to this virtue, may I quickly become a Guru Buddha and lead all transmigratory beings without exception to that state. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, may all wars, sicknesses, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in the world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time. And may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma, and achieve enlightenment as swiftly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas, numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve a state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Not one single atom of independent, inherent, self-sufficient existence in this body and mind. Because of emptiness, everything is possible. And the dedication, long life prayers for our precious gurus, His Holiness the Dalai Lama. I look this way because this is where we have the throne for His Holiness the Dalai Lama, and then this is where we have the throne for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, which I don't even think you can't even see on the camera, so it's like over here. Anyway, in our Gompa here at Chenrezig Institute. The wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, to the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. And the long life prayer for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche. You who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjunath's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes the 3 prayers, the magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones. Probably more than 3 prayers, probably many, many, all day, every day. Accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, saviour of myself and others, your disciples. Please, please live long. And hello to Venerable Palyang La. Oh, Damche.
Yes,
You're back.
Well, I got an email from Venerable Palyang. She's currently not at her usual place, so she's hoping that the internet is working where she is at the moment. So maybe if we give her a minute, I'm happy to stand by and see whether she makes it. But if not, I'm happy to cover.
Yeah,
gives you a chance to have a cup of tea. But you said something really, really nice.
To walk around and stretch my leg. I don't know, an hour and a half might be too long for me.
No. Don't you dare, Make sure, don't you dare.
I'll take that. I'll take that.
See, that was my wrathful side. You said something really, really beautiful. And I think that is so, where depending how far down the path we are, particularly in the West, where we sort of go like, oh, I'm a Buddhist now, I can't really engage with Christianity. But when you said, the bleeding heart of Christ, yes, it's true. We struggle because it's just there. And then by engaging other ways, we suddenly actually go on this path. We recognize far more. When I struggled in the transition, and I felt really guilty sometimes. I thought, should I be going to church? I love going into churches, wonderful places, the tranquility, the architecture and the feel. Yes. And a good friend of mine, he said, so what's the problem? You're paying your respects to the Bodhisattva Jesus.
Exactly.
If we look at the aspects of it.
Holiness has said that. So.
And I thought that was just wonderful. And, of course, then you suddenly see His Holiness, Karmapa, Ling Rinpoche, paying their respects when they're in these places. And it's true, you know, we don't always associate the bleeding heart of compassion in Christianity, you know, because we just take it for granted, and we rediscover. So anyway.
Yes, I think I was inspired because I was at an interfaith service for Harmony Days I mentioned last week. So I was there last Sunday, and I was in an Anglican church, and the minister there, I quite like, she was wearing shorts, you know. She was the Anglican priest, or so she was, I was like, she was wearing long shorts. I love your uniform. She said it was too hot to wear. They're allowed to wear shorts. I mean, oh, there's a look. She still had her top bit, or, you know.
It's great, isn't it?
Too hot for a cassock.
Sensible people. Anyway, what I got to do, if I cover for Venerable Palyang, if she makes it, you know, she can always take a slot.
Okay,
but you stretch your legs, make sure you know you don't seize up, and I see you at the end.
See you at the other side. Okay.
Thank you both very much. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Thank you
hello, Amanda.
Frank, hi.
Hello. You changed the photo. That's why I got confused. I didn't see now.
No, it's the same photo.
Is it?
It's the same photo.
God, I haven't been in the morning group for such a long time. I put my glasses on. And lovely to see you. How are you?
And I'm fine, thank you. That was nice from what was she called? Venerable
Churky. Yeah, she's lovely, isn't she?
Yeah, I think I listened to her last week as well.
Yes.
Or 2 weeks ago. A week or two ago, I listened to her. She's great.
Yes. Now we do have some wonderful, wonderful people, you know, to listen to. And that's why it's nice sometimes to mix up what times you listen. You know, it's particularly from my end, when I sort of started covering slots, it's really, really nice because we tend to stick to our time zones. But if you can't sleep, you're sometimes listening to what is Australia saying, what is Italy saying. You know,
well, it's interesting. I mean, I'm ready for bed. That's why you can't see me today.
That's quite all right. You know, so you're going to sleep with a good motivation and a kind, pure heart.
And she's saying the sun's coming up there. You know, the sun's shining on her.
But it's really, you can tell by the light, it's really that morning energy, isn't it?
Yes.
And it was really sweet because they're the Sunshine Coast and I'm Eastbourne, Sunshine Coast of the UK.
Yes.
Yeah, you know, it's funny when you come in, you know, it's that sign, welcome to the Sunshine Coast. You go like, really? It's cold. Anyway, Amanda, it's so lovely to have
Bye, love. Bye-bye.
So you have a lovely evening. And don't forget, the clocks go forward.
Yes. Yeah. Right. I won't forget. Bye-bye.
Much love. Bye-bye. Say hi to the group.
Yes, I will. Bye-bye, love.
Bye-bye. Oh, wow. Isn't it sweet? No, it's that's why I love these sessions. It's you know, it's becoming, it has become more of a wonderful family affair. At the beginning when we started, and you know, Chenrezig was always hosting, has been hosting from the start. We go, who do we know over there? Have we actually met these people? Who do I hand over to? And I think it was also a learning curve for many of us, you know, within the community, because we're sort of used to just to the communities we are in, and now we had to engage. And that is one of the wonderful, wonderful things that Lama Zopa really, you know, Lama Zopa's vision has addressed. You know, he's you know, with the prayers, we're not just benefiting, you know, sentient beings at large. We also, you know, his vision made sure that we also benefited ourselves in the way that we interact with you as a community out there. Those of you who wish to listen, you know, either live or as a recording later, but also how we engage, you know, with the Sangha community, and it's just wonderful, you know, and then of course you have people like Amanda, and you know, and Lars, and you know, you see some people popping up, you know, and then as they have time, it's just wonderful to have these connections, and even though it's just pop their ear in and. Yeah, I like that one. Or, you know, then sometimes if they're not on Zoom, they might be on YouTube. So it's, you know, the events really of this prayerathon have really, really grown. And you would think now this is week 35, that we may have sort of reached a plateau, but no, last week we had Venerable Droma, previously having asked for it, whether it was okay, she started doing these prayers in German. So, originally we were thinking in simplicity, do we just do it in English? But then there was demand for Italian, there was a demand for Spanish, there was a demand for French. Now we added the German. 35 weeks later, we still, reach audiences. And that's just wonderful. It's beautiful. And also the feedbacks you as listeners provide, either in emails and some of the comments you leave behind on Zoom or YouTube. It's just great. So thank you very much to everyone who made this a wonderful experience, and for keeping us going. And we don't expect to be every week. If you have the time, you can be every week. Great. But it's not a compulsive thing. But it's wonderful to see so many engage in what we do, having the interest and having the dedication to not just support us, but also by supporting us, supporting the plight of all other sentient beings. Okay, and on that note, I've got 20 minutes left before Venerable Cherky is back, so she can have a nice cup of tea and stretch her legs while she's doing that. So if you take a few deep breaths, just bring the mind back to a nice quiet place. And if we remind ourselves why we're here, we want to be of benefit to all sentient beings. And as Shantideva says in the way of the Bodhisattva, may I be the doctor and the medicine, and may I be the nurse for all sick beings until everyone is healed. Everyone. Not some, everyone. And that seems like a tall order. So we started, okay, what do we need to do to enable, ourselves to be of benefit to other beings? So we have to look at our own motivation, so own actions, body, speech, and mind, make sure they're up to scratch, to be able to can think about the situation, communicate well, act well, so that we can be of benefit. And then we might start with the people immediately around us, friends, family, the community. But again, we shouldn't discriminate. We shouldn't say if this is a friend, this is a foe. Fabio sent me a lovely link for some lyrics of another artist. He just loves, he knows I just love, taking lyrics apart. I might talk about them next week when we have a bit more time. But we don't differentiate. The person that might sort of be cranky with us, might be actually struggling and suffering. And due to the situation, it's not communicating at the best of the ability. So if you break a leg, and if it's protruding the skin, and somebody says, oh, do you have pain here? And they squeeze your leg, you probably don't go like, yeah, that's all right. You probably shout and scream at them. So think about, how other beings may suffer and how we sometimes misinterpret that situation. Okay. If we visualize our Guru in the form of Chenrezig in the space in front of us, and if you had the initiations, please self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front above the crown of your head, light emanating from his body in all 10 directions. And each light being found in one of the infinite number of sentient beings who, like us, do not wish to suffer, but live an existence that is free from suffering and its causes. And we have caused so much harm in past lifetimes through body, speech, and mind that we show now our regret, acknowledging that we have done wrong. And by having regret, we can transform We can change, we acknowledge. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother, so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge, the clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Recite once more, and let your voice be like the sound of a bell. Let your voice be carried to the deeper spaces of the universe. And let your voice be heard by all sentient beings, so that they may be following your voice to the Guru, to the path of liberation. All sentient beings, my mothers of infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. Having called upon all mother sentient beings to join us, the Guru is pleased and smiles upon us. Having acknowledged our wrongdoings, and having changed our mind to being of benefit to all sentient beings, may we now recite the Mani mantra, remembering that Om represents body, speech, and mind, both our aspect that kept us in samsara, but also the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru deity, the aspect that we're aspiring to. But in order to transform, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padme, and combine them in Om, so that we may transform to be of maximum benefit to all mother sentient beings. So we recite the prayer out loud a few times, and then a few rounds on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. So having recited the Mani mantra many, many times and having shown regret and having exchanged ourselves with love and compassion with the Guru and all Mother Sentient beings, may we visualize ourselves as purified. And from that pure state, we're now reciting the main prayer, the liberating Sakya from disease. And as we recite the prayer, we recite it 3 times. Visualize how all the effects of the pandemic and all sorts of sufferings being disrupted, how we destroy all the root causes that generate suffering or give growth to suffering. How the sick may be restored to good health, so those who have passed away may be reborn in under favorable conditions. How those who suffered hardships because of the pandemic and other reasons, be it loss of income, loss of job, insecurity about jobs, housing, where to get food from for the family, the kids, that they may be given whatever wealth is necessary so that they may achieve a balanced life that is free from suffering and full of happiness, so that they may be able to take care of themselves, their families, and the community at large. And again, as we recite the main prayer, we don't discriminate against any being. We include all beings. May I be the doctor and the nurse for all beings, till everyone is healed. That's really what Shantideva would be pushing for. May all disease that's in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the arms of grasping sinners and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sound of whose names still are beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, by the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So as we recite the mantra, the prayer 3 times, so maybe just think about it maybe in terms of body, speech, and mind. So if we recite the first recitation, we address all the suffering that occurs to the mind, because the suffering of the mind will articulate itself speech, and speech will then generate action. And again, so if you maybe want to think it that way, it could also be quite beneficial. So second recitation. May all diseases that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like the butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So if we say that covered, the suffering of the speech. So if we that comes through. And third time round. May all disease that sad in the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass spirits, illness, and the Buddhas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names therefore be, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that come suddenly, and the 424 diseases and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind of radiance and power be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, so this is now the main prayer done. So if we go for dedications, we visualize, all the pandemic and the cause of the pandemic and suffering to be eradicated. And, we believe in the power of the prayer. We keep our mind positive. And, also from a therapeutic point of view, it's very important that we keep a positive outlook. We know that stress, reduces immune systems, but also patients with a strong positive outlook tend to recover better or have a better experience of their illness or ailment compared to patients with maybe a lesser ailment but a very depressed state of mind and a negative attitude, to what's happening. So remain positive and support those who need help. And as I said at the beginning in some of the sessions, if you're out there and you're struggling, and we give you some benefit in these sessions, that's wonderful. But don't struggle on your own. If you need help from your doctors or lifeline, whatever's available to you, then please, seek that help. Don't go for permanent decisions on temporary problems. Unfortunately, I do live in an area where people make these decisions far too often, and it's no longer reported because it's such a hotspot for people to make really harsh decisions, because the way they're faced with problems. So if you can reach out, look after your neighbors, give a smile and acknowledge. Okay, dedications. Due to the mass of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen rise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of the 3 times collected by me, the numbers Buddhas and the numbers sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in everyone's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. Due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numbers Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So if we do the long life prayers for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Kangri rawe kewe jinkandi pendang dewa malu jungwe ne Chenrezig Gyalpo Prayer shape site badu tengyo chi. To Cheng Jing Yam Gyun Gewe Ten Jing Gyun Bewe Kun Zu Do Pon Se Chok Som Kewe Lek Mun Tu Du Padak Sukdul Jegundu Shapten Sho. So thank you very much if you joined me in this session. And Venerable Palyang, if you can hear us, don't worry, thank you for getting in touch. As I said, we cover for you. And it's just wonderful to have you on board. We hope we see you again next week. And thank you everyone who's joined these sessions, 35 weeks. And so in a way, it's nice to hit the 50 mark. It would also be nice to do the 52 weeks, which means we've done the session for a year, but this is, if you think about it, ideally we want the pandemic to end. So, that the prayers, but we don't want the prayers to end because we don't want to do it anymore. It's more from the pandemic's point of view. But I think for many of us who have been engaged with prayerathon, you made so many new connections, not just with you as an audience, but also, with the Sangha and our own communities as part of the practice. It's sort of a bittersweet thing, if the pandemic ends, and it would be a shame really to lose these wonderful community practices. And while, 24 hours a week, particularly at the beginning, seemed like a mega chore. How do we get this organized? How do we get the manpower? How do we get, do people run out of energy and will and motivation? But we never really had any problems with that. I think occasionally we had, depending on what part of the world we were in, we had some technical issues. We were expecting more interruptions really from parts of the world where maybe technology wasn't that well established. But sometimes it turned out that we actually had more problems in so-called developed, and civilized countries. But that is because so many people were then off work using the internet far, far more, and of course put extra pressure on all the networks, and so it was quite interesting to see, how we always perceived that the lesser developed parts of the world probably would struggle more, but we put the burden on ourselves in the West, having all this. But technology has been a wonderful thing for us to come together as a community and to be able to engage with you as an audience. And thank you very much indeed. And I'm really grateful for all these wonderful people who, since we started this, really have given their time so freely, to lead sessions, to step in to lead sessions, and sometimes taking on more than their fair share, but not really because of. But it's really just sometimes, people stepped in to help out because somebody couldn't make it because of, various matters like health or that sort of stuff. So the community has been really, really great joy for me to be engaged with. So thank you to everyone out there. And I was going to say something what Shirky said. I know what I wanted to say because I heard you say, has it been a year? And I think what it was is, I think Lama Zopa said back in March last year that the community start reciting these prayers on a daily basis.
Correct.
Possible.
Yes, that's right.
And then prayerathon came into force. We did the Heart Sutrathon in July, and Lama Zopa then decided 1st of August, you guys are starting on this one. So yes, that's you weren't quite
that's
incorrect.
How it happened. That's correct.
Yeah. And
Rinpoche was very delighted, wasn't he?
Yes.
Kendar told Rinpoche about the Heart Sutrathon. It's like, fantastic! Now you can do it every week.
But you know what? Honestly, if you were to stop, I would miss this coming together. On many, I'm sure.
Well,
I'm sure Lama Zopa keeps us going.
He absolutely and
connected. He will find another course.
Yep, and connected in ways that are very creative.
Yes,
and very meaningful for us, right?
Yes.
So So maybe am I going to see? I'm going to see you at the other end again, right?
You see me at the other end. I think, yeah, it's the last changeover then.
Yeah, because you're the monk without sleeping.
Right? Oh,
right?
well, no, I haven't quite reached Lama Zopa's level of, wakened state. I think that is just exceptional.
I follow His Holiness. His Holiness said one time in Sydney at a teaching, very good to get 8 hours sleep. Must sleep, because then that's me, right? Yeah. I'm not at your level. So
no, I mean, if the boss says do that, sure. Who are we to argue, We have to save our energy for all the lifetimes that we have ahead to practice.
All right, I'll let you save your energy for your next session.
No, it's so sweet. I see you after. Bye-bye.
Ciao. Okay, we've zoomed back to Chenrezig. I'm sort of doing a relay backwards and forwards with Venerable Damcho, it would seem, which is wonderful. We go from Australia to the UK, to Australia to the UK. We tried to get to New York, but it didn't work this morning. So anyway, so here we are. And one of the things for us yesterday, the last few days, but particularly yesterday, that we have all our, like everybody, no doubt, our WhatsApp groups, and the Friends of Chenrezig one was quite busy with the tracking the health state of this little koala, not koala, little kookaburra, an Australian animal, well, not a baby, a young adult koala, as Venerable Wongmo is our wildlife expert. So anyway, so it's called, it was named in the end Karma, the car park koala, kookaburra, Karma, why everyone saying koala? Because it starts with a K, confusing. So Karma, the car park kookaburra. And I learned more, we were driving down to see Venerable Tongni, one of the nuns who can't stay here anymore, the challenges of the hill. And I was saying, I've learned more about kookaburras today than I've learned in my whole life. Anyway, so the dear kookaburra didn't, in the end, was actually given the jab, not the vaccine jab. So was euthanized, as we would say, at the vet hospital, at the animal hospital, because it wouldn't survive. And so, today here is a Medicine Buddha Day. So along with all those other beings, we're dedicating, who've passed away in the last 49 days, we're dedicating for the koala, the koala kookaburra. That'd be an interesting look, wouldn't it? A little fluffy thing with wings. To the baby kookaburra who, we have karma with, so hence the karma name. So, and of course the poor mummy kookaburra who would be going back to that spot looking for her baby or her young one. Yeah, so it's like that, all our kind mother sentient beings and every atom of space, benefiting us lifetime to lifetime and repaying the kindness from our hearts and engaging in this practice for the benefit of the world. So we can generate these immeasurable minds. We're talking about the bleeding heart of Jesus and of compassion, and Venerable Damcho and myself, just before. And I was thinking that, the inspiration of, His Holiness was asked, His Holiness Dalai Lama was asked by Lawrence Freeman, who's an amazing monk. He said, I became a monk so I could meditate. And so he revived the Christian meditation tradition. And then he invited His Holiness to give a commentary on John Main seminar, a commentary on the Gospels, a Buddhist commentary on the Gospels to his seminary. And that's the book. It's in the book, The Good Heart. So we can think Buddhist, Christian, whatever faith or none, you know, we all have, as Charles Darwin said, we're hardwired for this compassion. We just can't help ourselves. So on that basis, we can generate, you know, altruistic minds. So we can do that with the four immeasurable thoughts. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to abide in equanimity, free from the closeness of attachment and the distance of hatred. May they abide in equanimity. I myself will cause them to abide in equanimity. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So think, if you could, you would take on all the disturbing emotions of all sentient beings. So we can think all of those who are disturbed or, you know, lost dear ones because of this virus, who are anxious, who are afraid, who are confused about the vaccine, who don't know whether to take it or not take it, who have ethical dilemmas, have all sorts of dilemmas and so forth. And all those disturbing emotions, and bringing them on to the self-cherishing that cuts off this heart of compassion, you know, it just sort of blocks it. So softening the heart, opening out to others. An immeasurable loving kindness, how wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were to achieve Buddhahood. May they achieve Buddhahood. I myself will cause them to achieve Buddhahood. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So transforming your body into a wish-fulfilling jewel, which, as Geshe Doga says, is the jewel of the Dharma. It is the Dharma jewel, transforming into that yourself, so that we are able then to give every sentient being every temporal ultimate happiness they desire, they need, just like our precious gurus show that, manifest that and embody that in their every action, you know. Whether it's cooking up a meal, giving someone a hug, laughing, giving a teaching, scolding, whatever, you know, for the benefit. Generating mind of immeasurable compassion, just like Arya Chenrezig here, you know. I think the 1,000 arms with each got an eye in it, and the palms of the hands, you know, looking for where help is needed and so forth, you know. Just all the compassion of all the Buddhas arising in this form. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were free from suffering and the causes of suffering. May they be free from suffering and its causes. I myself will cause them to be free from suffering and its causes. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So then, because we are hardwired for compassion, we can't help ourselves but have, you know, we know what it's like to suffer, and we definitely know that it's possible to be free of that, and wishing to provide the cause for beings to be free of that, and that they be free of the causes of that, or the deluded states of mind, or the karma that brings us these bodies that are susceptible to all these diseases and so forth, to be free of that forever. And cultivating the mind of immeasurable joyfulness. How wonderful it would be if all sentient beings were never separated from the happiness of high rebirth and liberation. May they never be separated from these. I myself will cause them never to be separated from these. Please, Guru Deity, bless me to be able to do this. So then, giving freely from your heart, no strings attached, you know, all your past, present, future merits or virtues or their results up to and including enlightenment to all sentient beings without exception, on the basis of this even regard, just like the Buddha, for all beings, not criticizing, not judging, just helping. So offering all of everything we can, every assistance we can to every sentient being, freely from our hearts, up to and including enlightenment, placing them in a state of enlightenment, and they're totally joyful, we're totally joyful, and so delighting in that joy. And that joy with which uplifts the mind. You know, I was saying to Venerable Pendela earlier that you know, engaging in this prayerathon, you know, really, I love it. It uplifts the spirit. It totally does. You know, so it totally, of course, following the Guru's advice, you know, the power of the practice itself. Somehow can't explain the power of the practice itself, except to say that it gives you a feel-good feeling, that you're doing something to benefit the world, not just this life, this and future lives. So with that, turning to the Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. So visualizing around you every atom of space, all the kind mother sentient beings, all these, beings seen and unseen, human and non-human, that have been our mothers countless times in past lives. We've been their mothers, we will be their mothers, they will be our mothers, holding them in our heart just like a mother does, just like the mummy Kookaburra with her precious young one, holding in the heart. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. And this makes it an infinite space refuge. And thinking this is the lineage from Arya Avalokiteshvara, the Buddha of compassion, to Karnakpa Paljol Sherab, and by him to Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, who then benefited infinite beings in the immediate sense, in that Sakya seat in Tibet, where they weren't able to pacify the pandemic by other means. And so through the power of this practice, and those of us, many of us now have received that transmission given very graciously by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche a year ago. And as Venerable Damcho was saying, doing that, following the advice as to do, that, and the personal practices for our self-protection, and then this one for protection of the world. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of gurus, yidams, and dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So the Dharmakaya, the ultimate wisdom body, truth body of the Buddha, which is not actually a physical body, but resting in that that mind of clarity and luminosity of pure, unobstructed awareness, like the sky without clouds on a sunny day. Here we have a gorgeous sunny day. I can't see enough to see if it's obstructed by clouds yet, but you know what we mean. Like in Tibet, the rooftop of the world, where you have the idea of the sky coming down and enveloping you all around completely, that spaciousness. And with that spacious mind and compassionate heart, reciting the mantra Om Mani Padme Hum, and visualizing that this altruistic nectar, the nectar of altruistic compassion, light and nectar coming down through the crown of your crown and the crown of all those around you, from the Buddha, Chenrezig, Arya Avalokiteshvara, Kuan Yin, Canon, embodiment of compassion. infinite all the compassion of all the Buddhas arising in whatever form is comfortable for you to visualize, even nature of pure light above the crown. And then as we recite the mantra, all that healing energy, pacifying this disease, pacifying any diseases, pacifying any harm we've done on the basis of the body, or basis of the speech, basis of our mind, pacifying the mind of everything disturbing. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. And from this emanation of infinite altruistic compassion above your crown, the crown of every other being visualized in every atom of space engaging in this practice with you, then, dissolves down, melts down into an orb of light that descends through your, it's just like enters through the pores of your crown down, and theirs melts into the heart chakra, soothing, pacifying, calming, calming the body, calming the mind. And our mind, heart, chitta, one with that of Arya Chenrezig, one with the infinite altruistic compassion and omniscience, the two wings of the bird of a Buddha, both combined in our heart. The Mani, jewel of compassion, in the Padme, lotus, and the Hum, the unification of both. Coming together. Connecting us heart to heart with every other sentient being, every other space around us. This is our true heart connection. It makes them all, we talk about we've been in a period of social isolation, but that we don't lose the heart connection, is it? Lama Zopa Rinpoche talked about the story about the turtle, I think Rinpoche likes watching a lot of animal documentaries, or seems to draw examples from that, where as long as a mummy turtle has her babies in her heart, when they leave to get down to the water, with little babies, they've got to make it to the water. She holds them in their heart and they don't die. It's the actual prayer. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified, and may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and debutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements depriving the body and mind of every happiness be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power. And be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, particularly that of our precious gurus guiding us on the path. That they be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being, but also for those of us, particularly our Sangha, who have made that total commitment to our gurus, to be in service as long as space endures, to have long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the dakinis, the dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. the importance of having long life, good health and well-being actually was pointed out to me just after I came back to Sydney from ordination with Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche in New Zealand, in the coldest New Zealand in 30 years at the time. And the dear monk at the centre, Australian monk there, and he said, you know, he offered to just stay in your room for a week and I'll bring you meals, and you've got to look after yourself, because if you're not in good health, then you can't benefit others. So it sort of sticks with you, you know, stuck with me from then. It's true, right? This is a reason to be of benefit. And so at this point in time, rejoicing in all of those in good health, and our hearts go out to all of those struggling with health issues, which are providing opportunities, those of us who are in the Dharma, to practice, such as this prayerathon. So thank you to our precious gurus, and dedicating all our practice to them and for them. In a land encircled by snowy mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. Savior of the land of snow teachings and transmigratory beings, who extensively clarifies the path that unifies emptiness and compassion, to the lotus holder Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as the bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the three sublime ones, Savior of myself and others, your disciples, please, please live long. And then sealing all our dedications in emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, arising in dependence on karma, may I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, not even one atom of this body and mind continuum from its own side, a mere elaboration my mind has made up, attain the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, which means it's possible. Everything is possible. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, my precious mother sentient beings, on whom I rely, to that state which is completely empty of existing from its own side, dependent on causes and conditions, many of those, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So thank you very much.
Hello again.
Yeah, we keep meeting like this.
It is funny. Now, I was just reading some of the comments on YouTube, and was it Regina? She said, it's wonderful to see the Sangha interact, you know, in the way we do. She said as a blessing. And I thought, yeah, it's true. But I mean, if we wouldn't be interacting in a nice way, I mean, we can't go like, be nice to everybody. Oh, not that jerky again. You know, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't, you know, it has to be a genuine environment. But it's wonderful that people rejoice that we get on so well as a community.
Yeah.
You know, and that we actually with that provide the environment for people wanting to join these sessions, which is just a wonderful, wonderful thing. And again, you know, if you think about the importance of community, be it Sangha or, you know, the community at large, you know, the Heart Sutra, you know, the great community of monks and bodhisattvas. Okay, we can take the lay in modern terms in that as well, or, you know, in the King of Prayers, you know, may always have the friendship of those, you know, whose path is like mine. It's so important to have a good community.
Yes,
you
as Lama Yeshe would say, our family peeling.
Yes. Bless, you know, it's just wonderful. Anyway, go and stretch your legs.
I will.
But you know what?
The other end
you made me laugh. If you struggle with the difference between koala and kookaburra, what chance have we got?
They're very different animals.
Well, at least you realize the snake was not a kookaburra.
Yeah.
Probably had one. Anyway, I see you at the other end. Thank you very much, Reverend Cherky. Oh, wonderful. No, it's just a joy. It's just really, really joy to be part of this community. And it's been such a worthwhile effort, particularly when we get feedback like that, you know, when you as an audience, if you want to put it that way, or as the online community, you know, can feel that it's a worthwhile place coming to, and that the atmosphere is so great that you can rejoice. I mean, crikey, that really, 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 you know, from our end is just a blessing, you know. So we know it's worthwhile, even if just one person, one being rejoices, then we're reaching, you know. That is really what it comes down to, you know. It's yeah, so thank you very much, Regina, if you're still listening. Thank you. You know, that's really nice, and I will share that with the Sangha the next newsletter. So it's nice to get that kind of feedback and the appreciation. So it's worthwhile. It's you know, if it gives you that little smile, you know, just even, you know, Venerable Cherky just now, honestly, when she said kookaburra, koala. I mean, if the locals, you know, it's just, I think it's funny. Makes me smile. So you see, doesn't have to be all that serious and somber all the time. So life's too short for that. We can have the joy, the happiness, you know, but let it be genuine. And you know what Venerable Cherky was saying as well about you know what a doctor said, the monk said, you have to take care of yourself. You know, it's not good. It's not good you being a wreck. How can you take care of others? And that is so true. You know, so that's why often from a Dharma point of view, we have to start with ourselves. You know, how many of us know backseat drivers who can tell you everything somebody else does wrong, but their own driving might be atrocious. You know, but no. It's not about me, it's the others. So we have to know what our limitations are, you know, so that we can engage with others at the level that's appropriate, you know, to the level of our training. In the same way when you're at a job, you know, if you study medicine, you just roll up on the first day, you're definitely not going to go on to, you know, I don't know, kidney transplants. You know, that will take a few years before you go down that route. So you have to build up the skills. And it's the same here, you know, also having that compassion for oneself. And one of our Dharma brothers, Venerable Bear Curzon, bless him, he's wonderful. So if you can follow his posts, he's so inspirational. He's a Western physician who many years ago went to Dharamsala just to be part of a project, and he ended up ordaining as a monk, and is one of His Holiness's physicians. But Venerable Curzon Venerable Barry, he's so engaged in altruism in medicine. Yes, that altruism in medicine, and he said one of the biggest problems is that doctors have is that they set the bar far too high, or any medical professional, and it's true for many of us. Our own expectations are far too high, and when we then don't accomplish them, we just keep banging our head against the wall, and feel we're not doing enough. But there's only so much we can do. If we don't take care of ourselves and we burn out, then who do we benefit? We don't even benefit ourselves anymore. So he spends a lot of time sort of giving talks on that subject as well. And so, you know, like we wouldn't want a doctor to be, you know, 3 days, you know, flat on duty with no sleep, you know, performing operation or examination. You know, you would go like, whoa, you know, when was the last time you had a kip? So why would we want to push ourselves so much? We need to take care of ourselves, you know, not necessarily from a selfish point of view, yes, but, you know, also to be of benefit, you know, otherwise we become a burden. So, you know, take it easy, you know, be kind to yourself. Okay. And it's also, you know, it's before we speak, you know, we often speak too much and then the words come out in the wrong way. So, you know, when we talk about, you know, body, speech, and mind, you know, if you just talk unfiltered, you know, it can be really, really, really awkward and to backtrack. And yeah, anyway. So if we take a moment, so you have me now for the last time this evening, until next week anyway. And so if you take a moment just to focus the mind and visualize our Guru in the aspect of Chenrezig in front of us. Again, if you had the initiations, please feel free to self-generate. Otherwise, just visualize the Guru in the space in front or above the crown of your head. And if you're joining us from any other faith, just visualize the deity you associate the most with compassion. And if you're following us from a path that, you know, does not engage in deities as such, just visualize a clear light in the space in front above the crown of your head. And if you visualize how light radiates from the Guru in all 10 directions, and with each light beam finding one of the infinite number of sentient beings, the Guru freely, without discrimination, offers purifying essence, healing light and compassion to all sentient beings. There is no discrimination, there is no separation between friends, foe, and the big mass in between. The Guru is just interested in the well-being of all sentient beings. And likewise, our mind should not separate. We should recognize that all sentient beings like us wish to be free from suffering and its causes, and that over time, our actions of body, speech, and mind have created so much negative karma and suffering that we should regret those actions. And we should wish to transform body, speech, and mind into the essence of the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru. And we want to work for the benefit of all sentient beings. So having shown regret, we now take refuge in the Guru. But again, we don't just want to do that for our own benefit, but for the benefit of all sentient beings. So invite all sentient beings to join us. All sentient beings, my mother to infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mother so infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Siddhams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers who infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our minds, the Dharmakaya. And as we recite the Mani Mantra, we again recognize that body, speech, and mind represented by Om are the reasons we have been in the samsaric existence. In order to transform to the holy aspect of body, speech, and mind of the Guru, we need to acquire wisdom and compassion, Mani and Padma, and combining them in Om to transform. And once we transform, taking care of ourselves, we can be of maximum benefit to all sentient beings. So recite the mantra out loud a few times and then the rest on breath. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Mani Padme Having purified ourselves by the recitation of many Mani mantras and having recognized our faults in past lifetimes, this is the great love and compassion of the Guru. May we now recite the main prayer of the evening, the Thangtong Gyalpo Prayer. And again, with each recitation, we keep on visualizing how through the power of the prayer, and your unconditional love and compassion for all sentient beings. All root seeds of that give rise to suffering are being destroyed, and how the sick are being restored to good health. So those who have passed beyond may be reborn in favorable conditions. And now all those sentient beings who have suffered hardships as part of the pandemic, either by loss of income or reduced income, risk of losing their homes, and maybe struggling to get food on the table for themselves or their family and friends, who have seen the suffering right at the front line. Or they may be given whatever wealth and action is needed to restore them to a stable condition, so that they may be free from that suffering, so they may be able to take care of themselves and therefore of their friends and family and the community at large. May all disease attend the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and it means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrified beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the disease attend the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illness, and the Buddhas not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they have been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay, one last time. Really, from the depth of your heart, with the purest of intentions, really, really visualize how you burn away even the last single seed that gives rise to any form of suffering. May all the disease attend the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of grass, pits, illnesses, and the Buddhas that occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind, and means not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by 80,000 class of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power, be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the Gurus and the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dhamma protectors and guardians, by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. Okay. So if we now go and make our dedications. May we dedicate wholeheartedly for the benefit of all other sentient beings. May they be free from suffering and its causes. May we be the ones who sets them free from suffering and its causes. And may we be the cause for their infinite happiness that is free from suffering. May all sentient beings find enlightenment and never be far from a virtuous friend, and this in all future lifetimes. May we be the ones who enables them to be free. And may we be the ones who enables them to find the way to enlightenment. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the precious Sangha community, not just our own tradition, but all traditions. May we be grateful to those who dedicate themselves to studies, not just in centers, but also at the monastic seats. And by doing so, keeping the flame of Dharma alive and the teachings available to all those, particularly us in the West. To those who tirelessly work on the translations of Dharma texts, so that they may be accessible to more and more beings. May the Sangha community live a long and healthy life. May they reach enlightenment as quickly as possible, never be far from a virtuous friend, this in all future lifetimes. May we always be in the presence of those whose path is like ours. May we dedicate wholeheartedly to the lay community, who is precious by supporting the Sangha, enabling them to study, by offering their services freely in Dharma centers as volunteers, offering their skills and their expertise on so many levels, and even finances to ensure that centers run, projects come off the ground, publications can take place. May these precious friends never be far from Dharma. May they always be in the community that is close to the Dharma and be led by virtuous friends in this and all future lifetimes. May they have long and healthy lives and find enlightenment as quickly as possible. May we dedicate to our precious gurus who guided us so generously and kindly on the paths when we took our first steps, keeping it simple so that we don't fall over, providing sufficient support, and still guiding us along the way with different means and tasks along the way so that we may engage in the practices to benefit all sentient beings and in return benefit ourselves. May all our gurus have long and healthy lives. May they achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible, and may we in their presence in this and all future lifetimes to benefit from their wisdom and guidance. And may they never be far. May we dedicate His Holiness the 14th Dalai Lama for his great love and compassion for all sentient beings, like a shining beacon advocating dialogue over violence. May His Holiness's wishes be swiftly fulfilled, and may we benefit from His blessing and presence in this and all future lifetimes. May we see His Holiness return to Tibet to be amongst His people one day. May we also dedicate Lama Zopa Rinpoche, who through his vision has tasked us with these prayerathon, so that we may engage more deeply with our practices, to engage much closer as a community, and be of benefit to all those sentient beings. May Lama Zopa live a long and healthy life. May we benefit from his wisdom and guidance in this and all future lifetimes. Due to these merits of these virtuous actions, may I quickly attain the state of Guru Buddha and lead all living beings without exceptions into the enlightened state. May the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has arisen, may the supreme jewel of bodhicitta that has not arisen arise and grow. May that which has arisen not diminish but increase more and more. Due to all the merits of these three times, collected by me, the numbers Buddhas, the number sentient beings, may all wars, sickness, famine, torture, poverty, and economic problems in this world, and all dangers of earth, water, fire, and wind be pacified immediately. And may perfect peace and happiness prevail in one's hearts and lives. May the Buddha Dharma last for a long time, and may the sentient beings in this world meet the Buddha Dharma and achieve enlightenment as quickly as possible. due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by the numerous Buddhas and numerous sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, achieve that state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, and lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side to that state, which is completely empty of existing from its own side, by myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. So the long life prayers now for His Holiness and Lama Zopa. Gangri Rawe Kwe Shingan De Pendang Dewa Malu Jungwe Ne Chenrezig Tenzing Yatsui Shape Site Badu Thank you Hochi Tzu Chang Jing Yam Gun Gelwe Tenzing Kun Pelwe Kun Zo Dok Po Tse Chok Tsung Ke Wilek Mun Tu Drum Padak Sok Dul Je Gun Du Chap Ten Sho. Thank you very much, everybody who joined me throughout the day. Thank you very much for joining Prayerathon. It's been a great privilege to have you around for this 35th week of Prayerathon. Thank you very much to Chenrezig Institute for so kindly hosting us again and again, week after week, for 24 hours non-stop. May those who do the tech side be showered with merit, more than enough to see them through many, 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 many lifetimes, until they reach enlightenment. And thank you very much.
That's Grace here.
Sorry?
That's Grace here, holding the laptop so I can see you and setting up the camera. Grace, the multimedia.
Oh, bless you, Grace. Bless you.
Can I tell you some really good news?
What? You won the lottery.
So Margot from our multimedia Dakini got us all Zooming and everything a year ago. Had this thought, which she presented to Geshe-la, Geshe Sutrimla. She said, I don't think, when I asked to talk to him, I don't think he thought what was going to come out my mouth. She, anyway, so she wants to have a statue here of Gautami, the first Buddhist nun. And so Geshe-la said, yes, if the nuns want that. Of course, we all put up our hands. So I think there's some fundraising happening to have that statue here, because we're a nuns community.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Mind you, there are many statues, because we've got the rest of the Nalanda masters, so we'll have all 17 here shortly. So they're on their way. And so Gautami is going to come along with them. Pretty good.
Wonderful. That is, what's really, really, change battery. I think that was your end.
Change battery.
No, yes.
Let's change battery.
Yeah, something came up on the screen and said change battery. Okay. But it's really wonderful to see that, more and more statues are coming. If Fabio in Spain, they had Padmasambhava, didn't they, at one of the centers. Nalanda is having a Padmasambhava.
Yes, we're doing Padmasambhava, and of course we all got offered a Kshiti Gaba. So we're having Kshiti Gaba, and Atisha's joining us as well.
Yeah, wonderful. And the gremlins as well in the tech side.
Yeah.
No, it's wonderful. I mean, it's wonderful to see that things come to fruition, that more and more is happening.
Yeah.
So. But do we know what happened to the Geshe at
in Bendigo?
Yes.
Still there.
Good. Because that's
so far, no news is good news, but I think it's still in process, and there's we're not sure.
Yes, because there's such a small community, it would be a shame if they lose the Geshe.
Absolutely.
But
so we continue to dedicate here for Geshe Rabton's visa for his translator, Venerable Dorje's visa, and for Margot's visa. So,
yes,
you know, for them to have, because we need them all.
Yes.
They're vital.
Well, Malga, you can't escape. Wherever you go in this world, you have to be here on a Saturday. You just have to adjust the time frame.
She probably will, don't worry.
She would.
But we don't want her to go anywhere else. Thank you very much.
You know, she seems to fit in just perfectly, you know.
Brilliant.
So anyway, Venerable Chiki,
so thank you.
Lovely to see you.
Good night. You need sleep. It's 11 p.m. over your place.
You know, lovely to see you all. Take care. Bye-bye, everyone.
Take care. Bye. So Venerable Damcho La, who keeps us all, you know, rostered on and keeps us all enthused to engage. As you can tell, he's such an inspiring and enthusiastic joy. Yes, really makes my day early in the morning. Thank you very much. And I have to say, because I know how late it is in his place, it sort of makes me feel a bit less lazy.
Literally just gives me a big head.
Oh no, your big head came before this. Tibetans have a thing about heads, you know, they have jokes about heads, apparently. That's their thing. Anyway, okay. So setting our motivation for this now, final session of this weekend of the prayerathon that we've been doing for 9 months, a bit. I was also contemplating the fact that, I just wanted to put a plug for those of us in this side of the world or our time zones, whatever. So every year since since Geshe-la came and since Ling Rinpoche gave the transmission of Gandhani Gamma, Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga and commentary and gave us commitments. So here at Chenrezig, we had an Easter retreat, which has been Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga. And then last year we had at that time, actually in March, we were intending to, we were planning, not just intending, but had planned to host Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche before lockdown happened, to give commentary on Gandhani Gamma, Lama Tsongkhapa Guru Yoga. And of course, that didn't happen. But we kept that time because people had allocated that time in their calendar, and it was just before lockdown, like the week before. And we had that retreat. So even during COVID, we managed to have it, and it's coming up again next weekend. So we'll be spending Easter with, we spend every day with Lama Tsongkhapa, don't we, actually? But deep immersion in the practice, Gandhani Gamma and so wonderful. So we'll be doing that on people coming here physically, because we can, you know, parts of the world where people still can't do that, but also on Zoom as well. And it's, you know, Margaret's doing her recording things so that it's preserved there for YouTube for later. I don't get the technology, but I'll just say thank you is all I say. So that's a really wonderful thing. And of course, Geshe is, you know, very like, it was the first thing he requested coming here. Was that 6 years ago? 7, coming up for 7. Wow. When Geshe Sultram came as our resident Lama here. Okay, so we can take delight in that, and with delight in our minds, engaging in this practice. One last session for this week. The Vajra speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as liberating Sakya from disease. Excuse me. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yidams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite, like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. All sentient beings, my mothers, who are infinite like space, go for refuge to the precious Guru Buddha. We go for refuge to the Buddha, the Dharma, and the Sangha. We go for refuge to the assembly of Gurus, Yirams, and Dakinis. We go for refuge to the empty clarity of our own minds, the Dharmakaya. So thinking how wonderful it is to have met the Buddha Dharma, to have these pure, infallible objects of refuge, which are the external aspect of our ultimate mind, the Dharmakaya. So the empty clarity, luminosity, omniscience, awareness as vast as space, resting there. And arising the mind of bodhicitta, great altruistic compassion, out of that state, out of that vast unobstructed space, which means everything is possible. We have the power, we have the clarity, we have the wisdom, we have the compassion. For all our kind mother sentient beings, we can visualize them all around us, holding them dear in our heart, our dear precious family, friends, all the beings we encounter, human, non-human, those seen, those unseen, whether in this world system or all world systems that we don't even know about yet. It's vast a space. So holding them, that connection dear in our heart, our global, universal interdependence, our heart connection. We can recite the mantra of Om Mani Padme Hum for the benefit of our souls, for the benefit of all these beings. As Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche says, if you recite 10 malas of, like 10 rosaries, 10 malas of Om Mani Padme Hum, you won't be harmed by snakes. I find that very helpful, especially one time recently, a couple of weeks ago, came out and there was a brown snake, the deadly ones. You die if you get bitten by them. They're quite aggressive. So if you get bitten by them, you die within, I think, 15 minutes, something like that, if you don't have intervention. And so it was outside the Gompa. And I was going up the steps, but I waited. And because I thought, oh, well, I'm at the tail end. I know they can't go backwards, so I'm okay. But then the other nuns were at the head end. Anyway, it didn't go in their direction. It scuttled off. So it wasn't afraid. It was going about, like one of them said, just let it go about its business. I remember being on a retreat with Rinpoche Lamp of the Path retreat, and we're walking back up the hill at night, and there was a little black snake on the path, a little baby one. And I went and got a stick to pull it off the path. And Venerable Raja said that I knew it would be an Australian doing that. Well, you got to know your snakes. Carpet snakes are fine. We've got those too. Brown snakes, don't go near them. Just saying. Okay. All right. Where were we? Compassion. That's right. Om Mani Padme Hum will protect you from them. Anyway, so far so good. I can't say, maybe we could do a study, how many Om Mani Padme Hums. But also, we want to benefit others, right? But going in the water, 10 milers go in the water, and all those beings in the water, all the insects, all the fish, all the big ones, little ones you can't see, everything gets blessed, humans as well. And then walking around, the air, they touch the air on your skin, which I say the mosquitoes are very good at touching, not just the air on your skin. And I think, oh, well, maybe they're getting blessings as well. Fortunately, I'm not talking about deadly varieties of mosquito. Okay, so for all these beings, we recite Om Mani Padme Hum for their benefit, generating it out into the internal environment and the external environment. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, 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 Om Mani Padme Hum. 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 Mani Padme. So then feel that all ourselves and all those beings around us are indeed protected by the power of compassion that has arisen in our hearts, such that it is inseparable from the compassion of Arya Chenrezig, Avalokiteshvara Kuan Yin Canon, the embodiment of all the compassion of all the Buddhas, which is limitless in the first place. So, can't get more than that. Awakening our own compassion mind that is in our nature. Holding everyone dear in our heart as we recite the actual prayer, Raja speech of Mahasiddhi Thangtong Gyalpo, the blessed prayer known as Sakya, liberating the Sakya from disease, liberating us all. Of course, the pandemic, the COVID, of course, we're not the medics, but pacifying the causes which are the afflictions in the mind that we collectively share in this world system at this time as human beings, to experience in whatever way we've experienced, are experiencing, will experience the ferociousness of this epidemic, of this virus that keeps mutating into different forms. It's very tenacious, so it's not going away anytime soon, it would seem, but we hold in our hearts all of those and who've, the many who've died, those who are ill, those who are the medics, those who are like in countries particularly affected. And I was talking before about Sierra Leone and so forth, the places where, and the Philippines, I think, places where the vaccine rollout is incredibly slow, and they need it so desperately. So may they, those, I know that there's a whole plan for the wealthier nations to be supporting those nations, but it seems to be coming slowly. So this is something we all share as human beings, so it needs to be even regard for all. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. I mean, we've all been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. We were having a body. But when that comes, the death time comes from these shocking sufferings. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the four elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the three jewels, by the power of the Dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses, and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases, that like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings, as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. Totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By the compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. May all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings. So of course we keep in mind the COVID, but also I think we need all the diseases that sadden the minds of sentient beings. So this can be physical, emotional, mental, that result from karma and temporary conditions, such as the harms of graha spirits, illnesses and the bhutas, not occur in the realms of the world. Not occur. May whatever sufferings there are from life-threatening diseases that, like a butcher leading an animal to be slaughtered, separate the body from the mind in a mere instant, not occur in the realms of the world. May all embodied beings be unharmed by acute, chronic, and other epidemic diseases, the mere sounds of whose names terrify beings as though they had been placed inside the mouth of Yama, the Lord of Death. May all embodied beings be unharmed by the 80,000 classes of interferers, the 360 evil spirits that harm suddenly, the 424 diseases, and so forth. May whatever sufferings there are due to disturbances of the 4 elements, depriving the body and mind of every happiness, be totally pacified. And may the body and mind have radiance and power and be endowed with long life, good health, and well-being. By compassion of the gurus and the 3 jewels, by the power of the dakinis, Dharma protectors and guardians, and by the power of the truth of the infallibility of karma and its results, may all these dedications and prayers be fulfilled. So you think all the prayers, all the dedications of everybody participating in, leading and participating in this prayerathon, in this 24 hours this week, all the previous weeks, all the people participating in all the prayers offered for the pacification of this disease, both, as advised by His Holiness the Dalai Lama, by Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, by our other precious lamas, and not just in the Buddhist, Tibetan Buddhist tradition, but all the Buddhist traditions. One of our students from the Liberation Prison Project, who's anyway, he's not in prison, but yeah, he set up a website collecting together all the prayers that were being advised in all the traditions at the beginning of the pandemic. So useful. It's sort of like one-stop go-to shop to see, all the prayers, and asked us all, can you say what, this one has said. And by the time I went to it, it was like, you've got everything there, really fantastic. And also like to hold in mind one of our other gentlemen from the Liberation Prison Project, one of our students who was released from prison in Asia, and is, you know, we'd just organised his flight to repatriate him, and he's in an immigration detention centre where now in that centre there's COVID. So just, you know, like many people in the world, of, you know, a lot of obstacles to get to the point of having a flight that we probably thought was happening a few months ago. He probably thought was happening a few months ago. And now COVID has hit that facility. So as it has in many of, you know, the prisons and so forth, as we were hearing here at the beginning of the pandemic, of how, you know, prisoners were particularly vulnerable, but we didn't hear stories. So we got them all to tell us what was going on. And even before in the rest of the world, they were talking about a third wave. The prisoners were talking about 3 waves and so forth in their facility. So they're doing it very tough. But, you know, well, the world's doing it tough, right? In whatever our conditions. As Rinpoche says, you know, they know they're in the physical prison, the rest of us in the mental prison, or all of us in the mental prison. Do we know that? You know, but anyway, let's be free of all that. Let's dedicate all our prayers to continue to hold the flame of the Dharma, to get the passion in our hearts, to continue this practice for as long as space endures. And the long life prayers for our precious lamas. His Holiness Dalai Lama, the wish-granting, wish-fulfilling jewel, source of every single benefit and happiness in this world, probably a few others as well. To the incomparably kind Tenzin Gyatso, I beseech, may all your holy wishes be spontaneously fulfilled. In the land encircled by snow mountains, you are the source of all happiness and good. All-powerful Chenrezig Tenzin Gyatso, please remain until samsara ends. And for Kyabje Lama Zopa Rinpoche, you who uphold the subduer's moral way, who serves as a bountiful bearer of all, sustaining, preserving, and spreading Manjana's victorious doctrine, who masterfully accomplishes magnificent prayers, honoring the 3 sublime ones, Saviour of myself and others, your disciples, please, please, live long. And sealing all of these merits collectively gathered together, sealing with emptiness, due to all the past, present, and future merits collected by me, and all the merits of the 3 times collected by numberless Buddhas and numberless sentient beings, which are completely empty of existing from their own side, which exist in mere name. May I, who am completely empty of existing from my own side, merely labeled by the mind, achieve the state of full enlightenment, which is completely empty of existing from its own side. And because it is empty, everything is possible. Enlightenment is possible. Never give up. And lead all sentient beings who are completely empty of existing from their own side, by myself alone, to that state. By myself alone, who is completely empty of existing from my own side. Thank you. See you next